Yes, hello, nimerudi tena. Sasa nataka tuongelee kidogo ya mambo ya Iran, Uajemi. Kama wale wanamjua kwa Kiswahili Iran inaitwaje? Tunaita Uajemi. And we try to ask ourselves, why was this war not avoidable? Ya mbona hii vita ingeweza kuzuilika kidogo? Ya karibuni sana. So tujiulize mbona hii vita ingeweza kuzuilika, ama mbona ni kwa nini Iran lazima wangepigana na Israeli at the sponsorship of Marekani, because hivyo ndivyo kwenye kuko, na tujaribu kujiuliza how are people feeling in different points of the world. First of all, hapa Marekani kumekuwa na different thinking about this war, na kuna wale watu ambao walikuwa wamesema kitambo wanaweza piga Uajemi. Sasa sababu kuna watu wengine wameamua kupiga Uajemi, wao wanasema ni makosa. Na nitatafuta mavideo kadhaa niwaoneshe. Hadi sasa mimi nimeshindwa kuelewa wanasiasa. Mwanasiasa akiwa ayuko in a certain position anasema vinginevyo, lakini akiwa in another position anasema vinginevyo. Ni jambo mimi mwenyewe najaribu kuliwaza na kujiuliza, kwani siasa inakuwa namna gani? I don't seem to understand politics, because very many politicians were saying I can attack Iran if I'm in the same position. Let me show you. So sitaki tuweke feelings sana kwa hii mambo, lakini nataka tujiulize I want our podcast to be, nataka tu muniambie kwa siasa, sababu nimeona saa hii Democrats in America ndio wanapinga hii vita sana.
And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic. And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand.
That is Hillary Clinton in the year 2008. when she was a little bit still sensible. So ni swali tu najaribu kujiuliza, why is it in politics people present two images? Wakati fulani unasema naweza fanya kitu fulani, then after some time, let me show you another man who said that at least whether it is a bad decision or not, he is very consistent. Whether it's a good idea or bad idea, I don't want us to argue about it. Ni kitu nataka we analyze for consistency. You know, human beings are known for, we know human beings for consistency. So wacha nikuwekee. He is doing it, but at least he said it a long time ago.
Obviously, you're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and got our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes.
Donald Trump has been so ideologically consistent that it is actually almost hard to wrap your brain around. So watch this video. This is from October of 1980, 40 plus years ago. Listen to Donald Trump being asked about military intervention as it pertains to Iran.
When you get the respect of the other countries, then the other countries tend to do a little bit as you do, and you can create the right attitudes. The Iranian situation is a case in point. That they hold our hostages is just absolutely and totally ridiculous. That this country sits back and allows a country such as Iran to hold our hostages, to my way of thinking, is a horror. And I don't think they'll do it with other countries. I honestly don't think they'll do it with other countries.
Obviously, you're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and got our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes. I don't think there's any question, and there's no question in my mind.
Don't you love seeing those videos? I mean, just there's something about his affect back.
Yeah, that is Donald Trump also on the same issue. Consistency. Whether he is doing the wrong thing or bad things, consistency. And life is about consistency, by the way. Yeah, that is where sometimes I get lost with the Democrats, because saa zingine unakuta Democrats wamesema hivi, then after some time they veer off, unamkuta kule. I wish they can be able to locate, to be consistent in some of the very strong stances, including hata zile stances zinakuchoma. Yeah, war in Iran was not a small war, and we need to understand that there is a complexity of Middle East. Middle East is a portion of the world which they believe in war. I don't know because of that history, but Middle East has never rested for the last 5,000 years. So each country has been planning against each, and you can trace those small wars. Philistines, Assyria, like Middle East, Babylonians. So like Middle East has been fighting from time immemorial. So, and I don't think after I tried to trace that history of existential threat of war in Middle East, hata niliacha kuwaombea, nikasema sasa hawa, it is impossible. Hakuna vile vita inawezaisha Mashariki ya Katikati, because the innate substance of that portion of the world is that lazima kukuwe na vita. So let's agree on that Mashariki ya Kati hawawezi kaa bila vita. So inategemea ni nani anapigana wakati mgani. So that portion will never have peace, because if their ancestors could not solve that, I don't think the younger generation or the generation of today can solve that. So let's first of all hold that position constant, that Middle East will never have peace. So don't even, I think people who have understood that, they don't even waste their time to go and try to broker peace there. Middle East tu ni wale watu ambao munapigana, the next hii timu ina surrender kidogo, wanaenda ku recapitulate, they build up, wanakuja tena. So that is how Middle East is. So Middle East hawawezi pata amani. So but we can analyze the maiden issues, and then by the way, we also need to understand, without even paraplexing it, even though Israel is not a Christian nation, I'm actually even hearing they are budding Christianity. There is that traceable history of that axis of war between the Islam and the other side. So Waislamu lazima wanataka kupigana nao wengine. Sijui ni kwa nini, sijui kwa nini dini inaleta vita. Kuna itikadi fulani whether it is in Christianity ama kwa Waislamu zinaleta juu. Kama sasa ukiangalia kwa Wakristo na Mungu aliwapea ushindi, like there is history of where Israel was going to war and they could win. So it has been something which so like wanapigana wanashinda, wanapigana wanashinda. So kuna hiyo hali ya kutaka kukua kwa vita milele na milele. So lazima Israel wakuwe kwa vita, sababu wanajua wamejiweka. Hata kama Waisraeli wa siku hizi siwezi sema ni kizazi safi cha Wayahudi wa kale, sababu sijui kwa uhakika kabisa kama hao Wayahudi wakati walienda uhamishoni hawakuweza kuchanganya na watu wengine. So I do not have they pretend or they say that ama vile tunakuanga tukisema watu wanasema Wayahudi hawachanganye na watu wengine. Sio kweli. Hakuna binadamu katika hii dunia akiamia aende pahali pengine watakataa kuchanganya. So ndio najaribu kusema Wayahudi wa siku hizi sio wale Wayahudi kamili kabisa. Kuna uwezekano wamechanganya damu kidogo, hata kama wanasema ya kwamba Wayahudi ni Muyahudi. Wayahudi wanakuwa identified kwa side ya mama. So that is why sababu ndio unasikia mtu kama Zelensky, for instance, Zelensky wa kule Ukraine ni Muyahudi na watu wengi sana, because unajua Wayahudi walitapakaa kote, na kule walitapakaa kwengi sana. They were mostly in Europe, especially Eastern Europe, that is Germany. They were in Germany, they were in Ukraine, they were in Russia. Those are the places. Actually, hata Wayahudi hawakuwa wengi Marekani. Wayahudi wamehamia Marekani baada ya Hitler kutangaza vita ya kuwapiga na kuwaua, na historia inasema Wayahudi karibu milioni 6. Sina uhakika. Mimi hiyo namba naonanga ni exaggerated number. Hakuna uwezo wa kuua watu milioni 6 na hao watu wabaki. Na right now even the Israel itself is having like around 8 million people, na Marekani ni 8 million people. So hiyo namba naona sio fasaha kabisa. It is not a very serious, it's not a true number. It is impossible to kill 6 million Jews and we have them today. That's what they say. I agree Hitler was a bad man, but I don't think he killed 6 million people. So in terms of that, hiyo ni namba kanganishi kidogo. So Belfast anasema please stop historical revisionism. So where Belfast, where zuilia tu kidogo, shikilia kidogo hapo, niseme langu. Kama utataka kusema lako utakuja baadaye. Me, I'm trying to say. So those are the issues which I'm trying to say. I'm not saying, and by the way, no one deserves to die. Everybody deserves peace. Peace is a human need. Kila mtu anahitaji amani. Lakini nimesema kwa ukweli hapa ama Bwana Belfast, nimesema ya kwamba hiyo pande ya Mashariki ya Kati, Middle East, tusiwaombee hata wapate amani, hawatawaipata. Let's be realistic. Middle East will never have peace perennially because they have more differences than what unite them. How watu hawezi ungana. There's no any treaty which can work there, and that is why even many people have not even attempted to try and build anything there. Even to try and even convince anyone to have peace there, because toka zama na ndio Belfast, sababu unajua wewe as an atheist, ningetaka ushikanishe hii maneno pia na situation ya kale, na ningetaka pia uende usome waraka wa kale pale kwa Biblia, and you can be able to identify some of the very serious information which separates these people. It is difficult for them to unite as a people. Na sababu hata ukiangalia zama za kale, Wayahudi na hawa watu wengine, ushirikiano ulikuanga mgumu sana. Waliishi kupambana, waliishi kukimbizana hapa na pale, superiority complex toka kitambo. Sisi ndio watoto wa Mungu, nyinyi ni walalahoi, hamwezi kuwa. So evolution ya siku za kale na siku za leo ni sababu sasa tuko na misingi ya mbinu mpya za kivita ama za zana za vita, na baadhi ya miundo misingi ile ambayo imekuja kutengenezeka saa hii ni sababu ya vile vita ya sasa imeevolve sana ama imebadilika sana. Kitambo watu walikuwa wanapigana na mishale, hakukuwa na bunduki. So hadi sasa tukafika level ile ambayo sasa tumefika kwa nuclear. Nuclear ni zana za kivita za kumaliza halaiki. So hadi tukafika sasa level ya nuclear weapon. So pale sasa tulifika sasa kwa nuclear weapon, ndio sasa tulikuja sasa tukafika katika level ya self actualization. Kuna wale ambao wanasema sisi lazima tukue na nuclear na mwenzetu hawezi kuwa na nuclear. Mwenzetu amekuwa akitupangia toka zama za zama. Mwenzetu hawezi kuwa na hiyo kitu, na whether ako nayo ama hana, unaishi ukimzingizia, because up to today it has not been proven definitively that niwache hiyo maneno, tutasikia bado, lakini I don't think tungekuwa tunaona Mzaya akiwa ametense vibaya sana. Mzaya angekuwa ashajua Mzaya pande yetu. Si nimeona zile mavideo tu anapost, hadi atu anasema ati anaoneshana ati akuwa na vidole 6 kwa image za AI. Hata nani mlikuwa mnasema hivyo, si mlitudanganya hivyo, media mkatudanganya, Kim Jong Un amekufa. Sijui Kim Jong Un. Some people put presidents in a position of 4 months to think how Kim Jong Un had died. It's rumored to be so for now I will not take that one to be serious. Yeye alikataa kabisa to be brainwashed by the superiority Zionist. She befriended and honestly worked with everyone she met. Wacha nione huyo unasema. One of my best friends, Rachel, was an Orthodox Jew, okay? Orthodox Jew. Muyahudi Orthodoxy. Unajua Orthodox ime-originate kule Urusi. Tunakuita Urusi, Russia, Prussia kwa jina lingine. They have that too. Kwa wale wanajua Kirusi, Kiingereza tuko na 26 letters. Kirusi wako na 32. Sijui kama mnajua, kuna zingine wanaongezea zingine 6 in their writing. Anyway, kama kuna mtu anataka kujua Kirusi anaweza niona, hiyo naweza kufunza kabisa. Lakini kigumu sana. Kirusi ni kigumu sana. Russian is not easy. Very sad. I didn't have time for Orthodox Jews of the Bible till I met her 202. It's okay. So Anna anasema Iran is not Venezuela. Unajua, we always say that war has no winners. Whether you have one casualty or two casualties, you have not won. Once you decide to go in war, you will be counting casualties. Lakini lile jambo la huzuni sana linanihuzunisha ni vile sisi wa Kenya tumeshindwa na kuleta watu wetu nyumbani, na Tanzania wameweza kuleta watu wao kutoka huko, na nataka kuwaonesha sababu ni jambo lilikuwa broadcast likaletwa. Ni jambo la huzuni sana ati Tanzania sasa hiko katika level Tanzania. Wacha niwaekee hapo muone. And you might become a winner in war, lakini umeshinda, lakini watoto wameenda, mabibi hauna, kila kitu imeenda, like you only, ni wewe peke yako umebaki ukiwa hai. Nataka muone vile Tanzania, Nigeria wote wanasema wataleta watu wao nyumbani, na taifa kubwa la Kenya wanasema hawana uwezo. It's pathetic, man. Tusikilize alafu tuongee. Huyu mama ndiye amenifunza Kiswahili, by the way.
Niliogopa sana shambulio lilipotokea. Nimekuwa nikiishi kwa hofu na taharuki, na moyo wangu unaendelea kudunda kwa kasi.
Wengine waliobaki kwa hakika sasa watalazimika kuondoka huku operesheni ya Israel ikishika kasi. Madaktari na maafisa wa ulinzi wa kiraia hapa wanasisitiza kuwa wao watabaki.
Na nchini Tanzania, ndege iliyobeba wanafunzi 7 raia wa Tanzania ambao walikuwa wanasoma nchini Iran kwa miaka kadhaa imewasili nchini humo mapema leo. Mipango ya kuwaondoa Iran ilipangwa na balozi wa Tanzania nchini Iran kama sehemu ya jitihada za serikali kuhakikisha usalama wa raia wake kufuatia ongezeko la mapigano yanayotishia usalama katika eneo la Mashariki ya Kati. Wanafunzi hao walipokewa na maafisa kutoka Wizara ya Mambo ya Nje na Ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki pamoja na familia zao katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Julius Nyerere jijini Dar es Salaam. Mataifa mengine ya Afrika kama vile Nigeria pia yametangaza mipango ya kuondoa raia wao kwa hiari nchini Iran. Na ili kupata tathmini zaidi ya mgogoro huu, tuungane mubashara na wachambuzi wetu, Ibrahim Rahbi akiwa huko Fujairah pamoja na Daktari Beatrice Kimaru akiwa Moshi, Tanzania. Rahbi na Beatrice, karibuni sana kwenye kipindi. Rahbi, nitaanza na wewe. Mapigano ya Marekani, Israel na Iran yamemaliza wiki yake ya pili mpaka sasa. Unazungumziaje nguvu ya mataifa hayo kufikia sasa? Kipi muhimu kimejitokeza?
Bila shaka hali haijabadilika sana kuanzia mwanzo wa mzozo ulipotoka. Tumeona mashambulizi ya pande zote mbili. Kwa sisi ambao tuko Mashariki ya Kati tunaweza kuwa tunaiona hali kwa njia zote, ukilinganisha na wale wengine ambao wamekuwa nje ya ukanda huu. Tunaona madhara yanayoendelea kwa pande zote mbili, kwa sababu kile kilichoanza kuanzia mwanzo, vita ambayo imekusanya zaidi ya nchi 10, haijabadilika.
So nakwambia sasa, taifa kubwa la Kenya limeshindwa na kuleta raia wake, na wanaambiwa wajilipie nauli warudi Kenya, lakini unaona mandege inakuja ikirudi huko Tanzania, na ndio mutaacha to bash some of these countries ambazo mnafikiria hazina kitu. Na Nigeria pia wao wamesema wako nyuma, wataendea raia wao, huku raia wa Kenya wakiendelea kutafuta nauli. Makubwa haya. Wacha niwaletee hiyo story yenu mfurahie kidogo, sababu naona mnataka kuijua sana. Wacha niwaekee muniambie, sababu naona mnapenda kusikia hiyo story sana. Wacha kwanza kabla tukave vile bwana nani aliuawa Khamenei, because unajua hii vita, the first casualty wa hii vita alikuwa Khamenei na kundi la watu wakubwa kubwa. So wacha kwanza niwaekee hiyo story yenyu niwafurahisha. Wacha niwaekee sababu ina stream, lakini there are ways of knowing a dead person, but I don't think. Hebu tuseme. Kuna wengine wanasema ati ako na vidole 6 yule ambaye mnaonyeshwa. Okay. Mtashtuka sana akitokezea. Mulikuwa na discussion crucial sana na Alex about land and how to use dispute will be presented. Yes, and I was having that discussion, but unajua sasa Mbudi siku hizi amekuwa na maringo mingi. Nilibedi tu kidogo tu hapa tu kwa TV, akasema ati ni kama nimetoroka, na hivyo ndivyo alitoka kwa kipindi. But I was actually there. So kuna vile siku hizi nikitokezea tu kwa kio hivi tu, hata kama ni 30 seconds mnatoka. So that's how the discussion ended. So kuna hiyo story ya huyo jamaa, lakini kabla ya tufanye lolote, because it is part of recapping, hebu ningetaka kuconfirm hapa ya kwamba mauaji ya Khamenei yalipangwa for so long. Kamera zilikuwa involved, insiders wale tunaitanga informants, informants na vitu mingi. So and I think watu wa Iran na watu wa Israel wamekuwa wakitafuta kiongozi wa kila mmoja wao. It is unfortunate ni vile Wayahudi walipata huyu Khamenei akiwa wa kwanza. So I think Khamenei was on borrowed time, but you know, in Iran when you die in such a situation, the people take you as a martyr. So you even become bigger after death. Ni kama vile hata nyinyi mnajaribu kufanya Raila martyr. When human beings become more bigger than they were alive. So and actually that explains one of the appetite where some people actually would want to die in some situations because they know that watakumbukwa milele. That martyrhood is very serious. No, double bodies zinakuanga kila saa, na imaanishi kama atikukua na double body Muturila yuko. Double bodies are part of security. Yes, double body is part of security. So what are you glorifying now, Haka? So I'm not glorifying anything. I'm trying to explain what happened, because unajua sasa ni watu wanatafutana, na unajua maadui wawili wanakaa na hawa si, unajua uadui wa mzungu sio kama uadui wa Muafrika. Uadui wa Muafrika ni ile tunaiweka chini ya maji na kuwekea sumu kwa chakula. Belfast unanitafuta, unaniwekea sumu hapa tu, najikuta nimeanguka. Vile ulifanyia Kaisari mnaandika tu jamaa kwenda kuniangushia sumu kwa chakula changu, lakini hawa wazungu wako hivyo. Mzungu anataka kukuangushia nuclear, anataka kukuangushia atomic, auwe watu 200. I think you people, you don't understand these people. Let me show you what they did in 1945. Unajua 1945 there was the little boy and the fat man. Let me show you the dropping of the fat man bomb. Na ukiona mwanga wa hiyo kitu ushakufa. So unajua inakuanga hivyo, ukiona mwanga ushakufa. Yani when an atomic bomb or a nuclear imedropiwa, ukiona huo mwanga, huo umeme, wewe ushakufa. That is what happened. So I don't know if sijui kama wameweza kuweka hiyo image ya hiyo nuclear boy. Nataka kuonesha hawa watu hawajali, wanaweza angusha hizi vitu. Waliangusha na
Look at this, folks. This is a fat man atomic nuclear warhead bomb that was made in October 18th, 1948. This is the bomb that nuked the Japanese back in 45. Isn't that crazy? Look at this, folks. This is a fat man atomic nuclear warhead bomb that was made in October 18th, 1948. This is the bomb that nuked the Japanese back in 45. Isn't that crazy?
Have you ever wondered how...
So let me show you the dropping of the fat man. Yeah, ioneshe vizuri. Hiroshima, the dropping a hand.
There are kitchens.
These are the people who have planned. Watu wamekuwa hypnotized na vitu kadhaa.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to talk to the chef.
So thinking that wanaweza, that is the atomic bomb. Hiyo hata ijafika level ya nuclear. Yeah. So that is what happened. So these people have been playing with these weapons for a long time, and it's something which we need to evaluate and ask ourselves. And maybe, and to some extent, I appreciate actually the reason why Africa does not focus on such stupid things. Aya, naona Eri umekuja, unataka kuja kunipiga. Aya, sema muhari gani?
Zero, I appreciate your calm presentation. You're not shouting the way you normally do when you get excited, which means I'll give you an equal calm response. But I would like you to stop lying to the audience, because you know very well what led to the American atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was just the Japanese attacking the naval bases there in Pearl Harbor, you know? So that's there, it's history, it's there. And these people who have been oppressing the world for over 80, nearly 100 years, about weapons of mass destruction, is the only country that has launched an atomic bomb exploding in a foreign country. And literally they occupied Japan after that. The Americans are not even a nation, because it's a union of immigrants from all over the European world, you know, the Anglo-Saxons and Scandinavians, Eastern Europeans, They have no belonging as natives. Well, all they did was to torture African people, bring them there by force. Is a very, very shameful thing. We have people like yourself, an African, a black person, who then decides to ignore all that and beat the drum for war that is done by the American people who oppressed African people. And now they are oppressing other bits of the world because of it's a so-called war of economy. We know this. Already there are big stories about the family of Donald Trump gaining so much from the oil industry in this war. Everyone is saying, why can't they bring their son to fight there? This sijui anaitwa Brandon sijui nani, huyo kijana wa Trump. Unajua ni kama wale wa Kenya, wanasiasa wa Kenya. There's no difference, by the way. But I am very hurt to see a country that says that it's the, you know, it's the king of democratic principles. That's how it sees itself. That America is the dominion for progress, civility, and democracy or democratic principles. You know, I actually usually enjoy watching the meetings in the Congress and American, those two houses in America, when they're, you know, summoning public officers to come and make presentations. That one I really enjoy because those are not planned things where, for example, Cecil Mbarire was objecting to William Ruto the other day. We know that was planned. These are not real things. Even you said it the other day. But the American parliament, or those two houses, is an interesting thing that I always, you know, take, I'm not saying some pride of.
Ellie is like, I've lost you. Yeah, I have no reasons of not being calm. We are trying to explain. So I had not given the reason. So I had not write about the atomic bomb. I just said the same people who are fighting now are the same people who dropped that atomic bomb. So what I was meaning by that is that, and they will not cow to do something bad than that if they feel threatened or if they feel like they're almost losing the war. That's the only problem which I have with some of these people. Because like this Japan issue, the little boy and the fat man, it was Americans did it so that they could scare everybody, and they could actually declare a win for the Second World War. So that was the issue. So they needed the atomic bomb. I don't think it is Ballon. It is the husband to Ivanka Trump. Huyo ndiye amekuwa kwa issues ya and the sijui kama mmesikia huyo but I will put for the purposes of just knowing. Naitwa Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner ndiye he claimed that. Let me just have a. Jared Kushner, the Christi. So the guy who people have been actually saying that. Anyway. I wanted to put it for. This is a man who has been advising on Middle East issues. Let's see. Not now. I think he has been the envoy for Middle East, and he also has some Jewish roots. Yeah, so. Guys, yeah, this guy has been, and the guy is this one, not Baron. Baron is still very young. I don't think Baron has taken any case. I don't know. There's a guy anaitwa Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner ndiye amekuwa akifanya mambo ya Middle East sana, so let me see. Yeah, he is a guy who if there is any war, I think he should be the person who has done a lot of recommendation. Let me not put the 60 minutes because he talked a lot there as well.
Global pandemic, right? And I think you're seeing all over the world,
He's
having
a guy.
it under control can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different countries. So we're not at the beginning, we're not at the end, we're somewhere in the middle.
And what you also need to know is that I think even this war, you should have preempted it. Even when Donald Trump moved from naming the Ministry of Defense from Ministry of Defense to Ministry of War, was that not an enough communication for people to know that these guys were shifting their thinking into some certain direction? Because why would they call it Ministry of War if in any case? So I think they had identified targets, and that is why even I hear even Cuba has cowed down, and they have decided to agree to talk, because I think with the Ministry of War, true, they were determined to beat everybody, and they wanted to beat everybody. So I think right now the Ministry of War in America is a very dangerous one. I don't think they are up to any concessions. They are up to what they want, they will just get. So I think that is an era which Donald Trump was announcing when he said that he had changed it of Defense to Ministry of War. That was a real communication I think people did not pay attention to. And as long as it is being called Ministry of War, there are still so many wars still in play which will come, and they will still do. I think America feels they need to restore back their hegemony. They still believe that They have to scare countries like China. Ana, nitakujibu hiyo story hii. Do you think Iran will quit? Yeah, definitely. If they get devastated too much, if their military does not have weapons, because unajua bado wanaendelea kupigana, when you lose extremely, the war morphs now into a militia war. Inakuwa sasa ni vita ya kujificha, munashika watu mikwate, hiyo ni abductions. So the Iranian war is not sustainable militarily, and so the Iranian war will morph into a guerrilla war. It will now become, they can't quit, yes, but it will now become a guerrilla war, where now people without uniform are the ones wakikutana na Wamarekani somewhere wananyonga. That is what will happen. So it is becoming guerrilla war. It will not be a conventional military war any longer, because I don't think Iran themselves, they can be able to sustain it towards the military front, because they are not getting aid from anywhere. And I don't think right now even Russia is also able to supply more weapons to them. And neither does China also want to become extremely entangled with them, even though they support them. So because of, unajua, eventually the equipment they are using zitaisha. Military equipments are very expensive and they take time to develop. Yeah, I had a chance to visit a military, or I had a chance to visit one facility in America which produces aeroplanes, the Kivita. And I can tell you, like, producing those things is not easy, even if they have prototypes. They have to be tested, another thing. So if you lose one military aeroplane, you are not replacing it in a week. You have to really stay for long before you get one. So that's why they still want to keep them. Mama saa zingine, they even prefer getting them from other countries. Instead of America assembling a B-2 or a F-15 Raptor, it is if they lose one, they better get one from Ukraine, which is ready for use, because producing one is really very expensive. Some of those airplanes, some of them, they need as much as $100 million to produce one. $100 million. I'm not talking Kenyan shilling. So that's why unajulizanga saa zingine, mbona watu wanadonetiwa ndege badala ya watengeneza ingine? It is because you would rather use the ones which are already available than wanting to produce another one, because it is usually very complex to produce those equipment. That's the reason why unaona hata even like Russia ilifika at a time like it was like getting crippled by Ukraine, because they lost so many equipment, and producing those equipment is not easy to replenish the fleet which you already have. So even a smaller country can actually show you a challenge, because every fleet you are losing, you either get it from somebody or you produce, and the producing is difficult. Iran can easily get their fleet from NATO countries. They can get from UK, they can get from Germany, they can get from America. But Russia has no one to give them. If Russia has to get anything, they have to get through back doors from North Korea or from China. And it takes time. They're also being monitored, because pia the US inasema mkiendelea kupea watu vitu, we could also equally sanction you. So that is usually the issue which happened. And that is what made actually the Ukrainian war simpler for Ukraine, because Ukraine was getting a lot of equipment from NATO countries which were ready to give. England is ready to give. Germany is ready to give. Estonia is ready to give. Maybe other than countries like Romania, which are a bit hard left wing. Yeah, no, hard right wing. That's the ones which decided not to give. Another thing which is also coming up is we, for the first time within a period of 100 years, hii vita ya Uajemi ni kama imejaribu kuoneshana the operational gaps in Europe. For the first time, a country like Spain has decided to not agree with America, and some other countries still in Europe. And this is one of the reasons which now we can say, and it was a bad portrayance to China. Now China already knows that West does not work in unison any longer. So, and that is something which we have already confirmed. We no longer have one West. I think we have like three West. Even if West was attacked, I think even now, if China even became more aggressive, they can actually make some Western countries actually align with them. Because already China has a lot of money now, and there are some countries within the West who feel like they can no longer work with America again. So, and that is the beginning of the end. When the West is not working together, the West has to work together for their own survival. Remember, the white race is under threat. They are not getting enough babies, and that is why that is one of the reasons why they are being sunk by everybody. America white population has rapidly decreased from 68% to close to 50% by half of this century. So by 2050, there is a possibility that America could be white minority. Whether there will be 40-something, but we are moving towards that. But the question asks, the question which begets is, and is a question which I would ask, when America will become a white minority country, will they still continue being a powerful nation? Or let me ask this question. Is America powerful because it's a white dominated nation, or America is powerful because of its structures, which necessarily don't have to rely on the Europeans? Maybe it's a question which I would want you to answer me. And if that is the case, then even with the minorities becoming majority in America, then America could still survive. It's a question I'm asking. Let's say Black and Asians and Natives and Latinos become majority in America. Because actually, from the look of things, it actually looks like the most important demography in America, which might start deciding the political action in America, is actually the Latinos. So if Latinos start produce a president in the next 10 years or so, or shorter, will America still continue being a powerful nation? Will people still continue observing the work ethos? And if America is not white dominated, just like the way I saw a report in the UK, where in the UK they have already done some media print, and I wish Eric was here because he need to say this. This is what they have said, and that's why in the UK they are doing a lot of DEI hire, where they give you a job because you're a Black person, even if you are not qualified. I can say, and it is happening all over Europe. In Europe, for instance, they have nominated a coach for Chelsea who doesn't have enough experience, simply because they are trying to transpose that Black people have to start also getting those big jobs. I don't understand why, when it comes to a Black person being given a job, we always go for the low quality. Sijaielewa hiyo kitu. I don't know why for us in Africa, we do not appreciate meritocracy. And I don't think Chelsea will be able to win cups again wakiendelea na hiyo mtindo. Now they have gotten a coach who is called, and Black people are so happy, hey, Chelsea tumepata coach Black, but that guy has no CV. That guy doesn't have a CV. Mimi simusikiri kijicho, but the level at which sometimes they want white people to have competency, ikifika kwa Muafrika ni kama we relax that competition. Yeah, the same thing went to Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich, they nominated company who at that time he had no experience. He was only a player. He had no I don't believe a team like Chelsea or Bayern Munich or Real Madrid should be coached by an unstarter. Those are teams of establishment. Those are teams which needs the best competition for the best. So when Chelsea is nominating Riam Rosenia. It's a joke. That guy is not. You know, I like showing things here. Let me show you. Anaitwa Riam Rosenia. Riam. Yeah, anaitwa Riam Rosenia. This is our new Chelsea coach. I don't agree with his nomination. Because you know, America, they did this DEI hire. This is a guy. I know you could be for me, I don't think he's qualified for that job. I know kuna mtu ataniambia utakiwa Afrika. It's not about sitakiwa Afrika. I'm just trying to show you why the West is failing. Now they come and give this guy a job, and let's look at his experience. Mimi si ati naonea Rosnia. He is born 84. This guy cannot coach Chelsea, frankly speaking. This is managerial career. He started coaching 2022, for heaven's sake. 2022 and 2026, that one was around 4 years, 3-4 years. Derby County, Hull City, Strasbourg. This is not experience ya kupeleka mtu Chelsea. Maybe, anyway, I don't believe in him. It's just like another guy who anyway, there is that yani Waafrika pia sisi Waafrika tupewe opportunities. But why are they not choosing? There is this guy Vincent Company. Najua hiyo nitapata vita sana, but ni sawa, mimi nitasema tu niseme this guy Vincent Company. Again, for me, he is not qualified to coach Bayern Munich. Again, let's see his experience. Managerial, ndio hii. Andrech Burnley and then Bayern Munich. You cannot coach Burnley and you are going to Bayern Munich. It doesn't work that way unless you tell me. So that is what we call DI. Being hired because there is over insistence that give blacks opportunities. I understand. Blacks have to be given opportunities. But why are we not allowing blacks to thrive? They get professional experience and tunasema hata huyu mtu akienda pahali sio kuhurumiwa amehurumiwa. It is because of the work he has done from somewhere. So there is those advantages black people are just getting, especially in this very big roles, and I don't know why. I wish even in our black culture we can institute meritocracy. Let the best rise to those best levels. That is why we are even unable to deal with people like Akina Ruto, because for us meritocracy is not a thing. We don't appreciate meritocracy. We feel lazima mtu asaidiwe pahali utumwe. It's black culture. I mean, like Mwafrika, lazima Mwafrika atumwe nisaidie, ambie huyo msee. Like I usually have those problems with many people. Majamaa ananipigianga nikiwa hapa, unasikia tu mtu akisema bwana nikienda huko niwaambie aje nimetumwa na nani. Like as Africans, we do not have that confidence that the opportunities can actually land on us without actually the narrative of nimetumwa na nani. Like I have a godfather. So it's something which is destroying the African culture. And I wish there is a way in which black people can learn. Anyway, from that, so that is why Africa will still have a long way to go when it comes to meritocracy. Because if meritocracy, we applied meritocracy, we would now be having we would now be having a black country, which is already now becoming a global powerhouse. But there's no in which there is any African country, including South Africa, which was left at a good pedestal by the white guy. We can actually have a black nation which will compete with Western nations or even China, because for us, meritocracy is ancient to us, is not something we value. We value kujuana, ngonya konya from the Ruon guys. We just value like cheap help, bribery, uko na 200,000 upewe kazi fulani. And the people who are qualified for anything, they don't get those opportunities. That is why Africa cannot rise and we cannot. And hata ukipewa huyo mtu kazi, the only thing anaweza ona ni hiyo pesa ya corruption hapo. So that is the troublesome. And na Waafrika wanataka, they are now marketing that mentality globally. Hata story ya DI Marekani ni Waafrika wali market huko, where you are helping somebody because of how they look like. It was something which was marketed by black people. I want us Africans to reach to a level whereby we appreciate meritocracy. Let's put people in places because they fit, they can perform. And actually, once we put performers in places, actually those people will help us more. They will build opportunities and they will even make the system palatable for everybody. But sasa tukianzia sasa history ya kusaidiana, we will just be bleeding corruption. So what is the big worry if people are just calling each other and helping each other? And why do we want any service delivery? Now it's all about kujuana. Hata itabidi sasa uende ukatafute yule mtu ambaye mtajuana naye. So that is why I really don't appreciate that hiyo story ya kujuana, because it is alarming. So I think we can be a noble society, and we can build a good thriving nation where we respect each other. So that is something which actually, sisi wa Africa, we have to start seeing with another eye. So back to Iran, nilikuwa nikitaka kuoneshana mfumo kabla after Bwana Jared Kushner. So hiyo tu nimeoneshana tu, that has been the main guy who has been focusing too much on the Middle East. He is a son-in-law to Mr. Donald Trump. He is married to Ivanka Trump. Yeah, so whether he confused Trump or not, I think this war is because of him. So let's see how Khamenei was killed. Wacha nitafute simulizi ya Kiswahili. Ya sababu simulizi ya Kiswahili I think itakuwa vizuri. Wacha nione kama na pia nasikia ni kama wamechagua jamaa anaitwa Mojitaba. So wamechagua jamaa anaitwa Mojitaba. Sijui kama ni Radio Maisha. Walisimulia vizuri sana TV moja. Wana Tanzania wako na TV. Kwanza wacha niwaoneshe vile yule jamaa alideclare kifo cha Khamenei. Nataka muone emotions. Unajua kama nyinyi mpendi viongozi wenu, kuna watu wanapenda viongozi wao.
umri mujahidat Husseini و دائمی و خستگی ناپذیر روح بلند و ملکوتی کوه نستوه ولایت پدر مهربان امت رهبر و امام مسلمین حضرت آیت الله العظما سید علی حسینی خامنه‌ای در راه سربلندی حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد گوارای شهادت را نوشیدند و به ملکوت اعلی پیوستند. بعد از عمری مجاهدت حسینی و دائمی و خستگی ناپذیر روح بلند و ملکوتی کوه نستوه ولایت پدر مهربان امت رهبر و امام مسلمین حضرت آیت الله العظما سید علی حسینی خامنه‌ای در راه سربلندی حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد گوارای شهادت را نوشیدند و به ملکوت اعلی پیوستند.
I just went the budgeting app. What? How? Base 44. Look, it pulls our expenses in.
The Iranian state media confirmed that Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed on Saturday in US and Israeli airstrikes. Now, more details are emerging regarding the precision strike that wiped out the most important man in Iran. Shortly before the US and Israel launched their coordinated assault on Iran, the CIA identified its most consequential target, the Supreme Leader. The agency has been tracking Khamenei's movements with growing precision for months, following his routines and security patterns. It reached a turning point after finding out that a high level meeting of Iran's political and military leadership, chaired by Khamenei himself, would take place on the morning of February 28 at a secure compound in central Tehran. It forced the US and Israel to adjust the timing of an operation that had originally been planned as a nighttime strike. The new information offered a narrow window to take down Iran's leadership in a single blow, according to the New York Times. The compound housed the offices of the Iranian presidency, the supreme leader, and the Supreme National Security Council. Mossad analysts reportedly determined that the gathering would include, apart from Khamenei, senior defense officials such as Mohammad Pakpor, Commander in Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, Defense Minister Aziz Nasir and Ali Shamkhani, a senior military advisor. Shortly after 6 a.m. in Israel, fighter jets took off carrying long-range precision-guided munitions. By 9:40 Tehran time, 8:10 in Israel, they launched their missiles on multiple buildings within the compound. An Israeli defense official said the strikes were carried out simultaneously at several locations in Tehran, achieving what he described as a tactical surprise despite Iranian preparations for the war. Khamenei was reportedly underground at the location, but not in one of those two deepest bunkers that only US bombs could have penetrated. As many as 30 bombs were dropped on Khamenei's residence in the opening minute of the assault. The strike destroyed the entire compound. Khamenei's daughter, grandchild, son in law, and daughter in law were also killed. After the attacks in Tehran, satellite images were released of Khamenei's residence showing extensive destruction to the buildings and billowing smoke. By evening, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared in a televised address that we destroyed the compound of tyrant Khamenei in the heart of Tehran, adding that there were many signs that he himself is no more. US President Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social that Khamenei was dead, claiming he had been unable to evade American intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems. Confirmation came on Sunday from Iran's Supreme National Security Council, whose statement was read on state television. The speed and precision of the strike reflected an unusually deep level of intelligence cooperation between Washington and Israel, especially in the wake of last year's 12-day war. During the conflict, US officials said American agencies learned more about how Khamenei and his Revolutionary Guard communicated and moved under pressure. That knowledge was used to refine surveillance networks and predictive models tracking his movements. Saturday's strike relied on the same network that had allowed Trump to assert publicly last June that Washington knew where Khamenei was hiding. Since then, the quality of information had improved markedly. Although Iran's top intelligence chief reportedly escaped, officials briefed on the operation said the upper ranks of country's intelligence services had been severely degraded. For more updates on the Middle East, check out our microsite at theweek.in.
was the analysis of how Khamenei was killed. So there was a high-level meeting which was being tracked. And at 9:40, when Khamenei arrived for the meeting, incidentally, they were to attack at night. But with the confirmation of that meeting, they had to attack and kill him. I think CIA has not confirmed the amount of time they tracked him, but I heard that they did something which is called pattern of life. They created pattern of life. They were able to create the normal routine of Khamenei. And that is how they were able to track him with accuracy. So pattern of life. So that's a new term inatumika sana. That's what they created, pattern of life. Pattern of life is building your routine. Kama ya tunakuangalia unashidanga hapa na pale. So we look at your pattern of life. Maybe naweza wekea kwa Google muone what it means. Pattern of life. Inatumika sana kwa hii maneno ya surveillance. That is what the Jews and the Americans did. They have not said the amount of time, but they created this pattern of life. POL refers to consistent, repeated, and habitual behaviors or routines of individuals or groups, often used in analysis to identify normal activity, predict future actions, or detect anomalies. It represents a structure within daily routines, work, sleep, travel, or in broader sense, cycles of life such as birth and growth. Yeah, zinatumika sana kwa intelligence and security, analyzing location. So that is why in the evolving world, many leaders are trying now to understand how their pattern of life cannot be understood. As long as your pattern of life has been understood, you are minced meat. Hata kama ni wakora hapo Nairobi wanakutafuta. Although theirs they use a crude concept, but it is still pattern of life. Anaendanga kwake saa ngapi, anafikanga saa ngapi. So they collect data like for even a month, because kuna zile vitu unapenda, kuna pale pale unapenda kuenda, there is where you like to. So once they are able to build your life within pattern of life, then now they plan the assault on a location where they will not miss you at specific time through construction of pattern of life. So that is how killing of people is done. So you have to reconstruct that pattern. That's why people like Akina Putin, they keep on inverting their pattern of life. Wezi muelewa? Yeah, like their pattern cannot be known. They are everywhere. You can't know. So that's why already those leaders who have known what routine can be done to them, they have learned how to confuse people who want to kill them alive. Yeah, but as long as your pattern of life has been understood, that's a threat. We have even seen people being killed by their wives. Yeah, kwa hii dunia. So hii dunia sio pahali pazuri sana. So the Iranian war is still continuing. I don't think there will be a winner. Both sides have captured mass casualty. I think there's a guy here who is explaining how it was done. Tungoje hii ingine ya Benjamin Netanyahu they constructed for us. Kama kuna kitu mbaya imetendeka, tutakuja kujua tu. You cannot hide death forever. So watch this video so that at least you can understand how it was done. So there's a guy who does very good animations. Anaitwa Atiari. Let me see him. Yeah, anaitwa AI Terry. He has done so many AI images and hii atakuelezea vizuri vile Khamenei aliuawa. So tusikilize, then I progress. I want us to understand now, once after this video finishes, now I want us now to look at the effects of this war on global Kenya, and also what will be the parting shot. Hii vita itaishaji? Will it be a sudden end? Will it be a surrender? So I want us to predict hii vita itaisha namna gani, but let's first of all listen to how Khamenei was eliminated.
In the morning, CIA tracked some high-level Iranian leaders at this building right in the heart of Tehran. How did the CIA and Mossad manage to track down the Iranian supreme leader's secret compound? It all started around 8 in the morning. CIA tracked some high-level Iranian leaders at this building right in the heart of Tehran. U.S. intelligence shared a critical tip with their Israeli counterparts. For months, they've been quietly hacking into Iranian communication channels using Space Force low-orbit satellites. But pulling off a strike isn't that simple. In the first wave, they had to neutralize a larger number of Iran's anti-air defense systems. This critical step cleared the airspace for a massive strike force of around 200 Israeli jets. But this area is highly fortified, so how do you destroy a deeply buried target like this? Well, they use bunker busters. Their delayed fuses punch through deep concrete before detonating. This is part one. How exactly did Israel and the United States manage to assassinate one of the most heavily protected men on the planet? The answer? An unprecedented joint operation. For months, the CIA and elite Israeli units waged a shadowy intelligence war. Using a web of surveillance satellites, intercepted comms, and human spies, they mapped Ayatollah Khamenei's every move in absolute secrecy. Utilizing a sophisticated web of low Earth orbit surveillance satellites, intercepted encrypted communications, and highly placed human assets deep within the regime, they painstakingly mapped Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's every movement, security protocol, and daily pattern. The vulnerability, the Pasteur Street Summit. The critical breakthrough came when American intelligence identified a fleeting yet massive vulnerability, the highly classified morning summit. Top-tier Iranian military commanders, security advisors, and political officials were converging on the heavily guarded Pasteur Street compound in the heart of central Tehran. Shielded by layers of urban infrastructure, elite guard details, and what they believed was an impenetrable umbrella of state-of-the-art air defenses. Like the homegrown Baver missiles as well, the S-400 radar system located all over the city. The leadership gathered in a false sense of absolute security. Here comes part two. How many aircraft were involved in taking out a single target? The focal point of the operation was Beit Rabari, Khamenei's highly secure official residence and centralized office compound located in the heart of downtown Tehran. While they used around 200 aircrafts, the localized strike on Beit Rabari was the anchor of a massive, flawlessly synchronized aerial campaign. Flew all the way from Israel with flying oil tankers, the largest military flyover in its history. The Israeli Air Force deployed an armada of approximately 200 fighter jets equipped with GPS bunker buster bombs. As stated, he was actually occupying a shallower subterranean facility, the free-falling guided bomb, which the IDF deployed as the munitions. It easily pierced the earth and reinforced concrete, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the entire underground structure. According to leaked Israeli intelligence reports, exactly 30 heavy munitions were dropped directly onto the Supreme Leader's compound to guarantee total structural failure. Obliterating such targets relies on specialized bunker buster munitions equipped with delayed action fuses, allowing them to physically penetrate deep into the ground and concrete before detonating. As a dedicated specialized squadron delivered the 30 bunker busters directly to Khamenei's compound, the rest of the armada operated simultaneously across Iranian airspace. They dropped hundreds of munitions to cripple over 500 targets, instantly blinding critical air defenses and neutralizing ballistic missile silos. Here comes part 3, and this is Iran's mistake. How the Iranian made a very big mistake to protect its leader. Because he was occupying a shallower subterranean facility, the deployed munitions easily pierced the earth and reinforced concrete, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the entire underground structure. Intelligence sources later revealed a critical tactical flaw in his positioning. He was not sheltering in one of the compound's 2 deepest maximum security bunkers facilities that would have required the heaviest, highly specialized U.S. ordnance to crack. If he had switched places, he would have been at least safe. And here is part 4, how many were exactly killed. while the complete list of eliminated targets is still undergoing global intelligence assessment. The strike successfully decapitated Iran's operational leadership in a single devastating blow. Killed alongside Khamenei were top-tier military figures, most notably Major General Mohammad Pakpour, the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and top national security advisor Ali Shamkhani. Tragically, the blast also claimed the lives of several of Khamenei's family members who were present. But the first wave with 200 jets and U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles did not just hit his compound. The U.S. cruise missiles was the one to take out anti-air defense system, while the 200 IDF jets took out the Iranian leadership. All in all, U.S. and Israeli forces struck approximately 2,900 targets across Iran, according to U.S. Central Command, in just one day. Reports suggest the CIA allegedly penetrated Iranian communications by bombarding them with spam calls, jump calls, and online breaches. This data doesn't just result in spam and scam attempts. It can also affect your insurance rates and ultimately will lead into a loan denial just when you might need credit. Incogni helps protect your privacy by regularly scanning and preventing data brokers from re-uploading your information. You'll also get a clear, real-time dashboard to track the status of your data. As an add-on with Incogni Unlimited plans, you can gain access to this custom removal tool. That's where Incogni comes in. Copy the link, /.
This is the world's smartest wallet. Watch this.
AI Telly and get 60% off on an annual plan. But what weapon was used to penetrate layers of concrete? Well, they have this bunker buster bomb. It has a laser sensor at the front, and just behind that are adjustable fins. In the midsection, there is a warhead that weighs approximately 650 pounds containing tritonal explosive. This is a mixture of 80% TNT and 20% aluminum powder. Finally, we have the retractable fins at the rear. To give you a better sense of its size, comparing it to a person can be helpful. The casing has a length of approximately 19 feet long, which translates to around 5 meters. This section is made of an artillery barrel, which is very strong, and has a diameter of 14.5 inches, which translates to around 37 centimeters, making it relatively narrow. They intentionally made the smaller cross-sectional area. This means the bomb displaces less material, whether earth or concrete, as it penetrates layers of reinforced bunkers or building, thus allowing it to travel further to almost 100 meters. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary 6-story residential building, complete with a solar paneled roof. However, there's more to this structure than meets the eye. What makes this building particularly noteworthy is its underground basement, which is rumored to contain a network of tunnels. These tunnels are believed to serve as emergency escape routes, adding to the site's strategic importance. We've put together a few different scenarios to help you better understand the IDF's assassination tactics. The CIA and IDF would employ spies and agents to gain information on a high-value target. With a clear line of sight, the operative waits for confirmation that the high-value target has arrived at the meeting point. This target reportedly arrived at underground headquarters in the southern suburbs for a meeting with several top leaders. The tip-off was allegedly received by Israeli officials on the afternoon of Saturday, September 27th. A fighter jet was expected to target and illuminate the building using its laser targeting pod, focusing on one of the specific buildings. Subsequently, a dozen of F-15 jets dropped not one but 80 bombs of various types. The tip of the spear would have been the bunker buster bomb that can penetrate through this 6-story building, leveling all 6 structures to the ground and in the process eliminating Hassan Nasrallah in the action. Let's consider scenario 2. If an Iranian spy had not assisted the IDF, a Mossad agent or soldier might have been nearby, confirming Nasrallah's location or possibly illuminating the target with a ground-based laser. In this case, GPS coordinates would have been transmitted to the IDF. Once ready, the F-15 jets would have dropped around 80 bombs of different types, leveling the entire 6-building complex. The reason for dropping so many bombs was to ensure the elimination of a high-value target like Hassan Nasrallah. Unfortunately, the collateral damage resulted in a significant number of innocent civilian casualties, a tragic cost associated with this operation. And finally, we have scenario 3, which is the most likely. Hacking Hezbollah's communication system for the last 5 years to intercept encrypted messages without deploying any agents into Lebanon or Beirut. Upon learning that the Hezbollah leader had arrived at the building, an F-15 fighter jets flew and dropped barrage of bombs, eliminating the entire leadership inside the underground bunker. Out of the 80 bombs used, the IDF also deployed the Mark 82 weapon, the Bunker Buster, and the GBU-39, which were part of a purchase valued at around $3 billion from the US. Let's take a look at how this works. Step 1. First, a laser is used to illuminate the target, or GPS guidance is already assigned to it. Step 2. An F-15 jet flies near the illuminated target and the bomb is released. Step 3. Once the bomb is dropped, the guidance system at the front connects with the tail and fins. This enables the bomb to make precise adjustments, guiding it accurately to its target. Step 4. As mentioned, this is a bunker buster bomb designed to penetrate around 6 meters of reinforced concrete bunkers and can travel up to 100 feet of soft ground or buildings. Step 5. In the past, the GBU-28 has been equipped with a delay fuse like this one, allowing it to detonate after penetrating its target, rather than exploding on impact. The bomb contains 700 pounds of TNT, which generates a blast radius of several hundred meters, quite significant for a bomb of this size. As an engineering channel, we will also look into how these Mark 80 and 82 series of weapon can be turned into a guided bomb. When released, it falls just like a normal dumb weapon. As stated, the bomb can be fitted with a nose fuse, a tail fuse, or both simultaneously. Upon hitting the ground, the frontal fuse activates, burning the fuse conduit from the front to the back, thus creating a huge explosion. The alternative option is using the tail fuse FMU-139. This is usually used for delayed action and is set by the pilot. When it hits the target, the weight of the bomb will penetrate the concrete surface of a building, the fuse activates, and the conduit rod, which creates the 500-pound explosion after a few seconds as programmed. This can create a lot of damage considering its small $4,000 price tag. We also made a deep dive into the sea, air, and land components of the nuclear triad, so subscribe for more videos to not miss a beat.
The more you practice chair Tai Chi, the better you'll look and feel. Starts Monday, March 16th. Are you in?
It was a quiet Saturday morning in Tehran. Iran's supreme leader walked into what was supposed to be another meeting. And minutes later, he was dead. Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in a joint strike by the US and Israel. But you already know this. Our story tonight is not the strike. Our story is the run-up to the strike and how it came about. It begins with surveillance that went on for years. This is according to a new report by the Financial Times. It talks about surveillance so thorough that Israel knew Iran like the back of their hand. We're not talking about a spying operation limited to a few officials. We are talking about hacking a city's entire traffic network. You heard that right. Apparently, Israel hacked into Tehran's traffic network, and that meant access to cameras. You see, Iran has built a very extensive internal surveillance system. It had installed cameras to spy on its own people, to monitor protesters and dissenters. Unfortunately for them, the same cameras were used by the enemy to spy on the regime. One camera placed at just the right angle reportedly showed something small, but something very, very critical. It showed the place where Ayatollah Khamenei's security detail parked their cars. So Israel started analyzing this footage. They started analyzing the patterns. When do the guards arrive? Where do they park their cars? Who drives which official? Who protects whom? Who swaps shifts? Israel gathered all these details by hacking Tehran's traffic cameras. And it proved to be a game changer. Because you don't kill a leader by watching him. Leaders are hard to track anyway. You kill a leader by watching the people around him. And that's what Israel did. Over time, the Israeli intelligence built data files. They call these pattern of life files. That's what they built. They gathered home addresses, commuting routes, and duty hours of these guards. It's like building a Google Maps timeline, but for a regime's inner circle. and Israel did this for years. Leading the project was Unit 8200. This is Israel's elite signals intelligence unit. The report says Unit 8200 fed mountains of data into AI-driven systems. I'm talking about billions of data points, phone signals, camera feeds, movement patterns, relationship maps. They use something called network analysis. What does that mean? It's basically mapping who talks to whom and who influences whom. You try to make sense of a network. And with this, they built a whole picture of Ayatollah Khamenei's daily life. Now, here's where this becomes almost sci-fi. On the day of the strike, something strange happened. Cellular networks around Khamenei's compound were disrupted. Phones rang busy and warnings could not get through. Say you were Khamenei's bodyguard, you could not reach your team. Your calls were failing. At the same time, Israeli and US intelligence was at work. They confirmed that Khamenei was at his residence and that he was meeting top officials. And here's the other thing. They were not just depending on data. American intelligence also had a human source confirming all of this. That's what reports say, that they also had human intelligence. Now, Iran knew that an attack was coming. They knew that Israel and the US were going to strike at some point. Of course, the Ayatollah knew that too. But apparently, he refused to go to a bunker. He wanted to die as a so-called martyr. What Tehran did not anticipate was the timing. They did not think that the strike would come in the morning. They did not think that it would happen in broad daylight. That's what happened. And as dramatic as this backstory is, it's not new for Israel. Their intelligence is known for things like this, for operations like this. You may remember what happened in 2024, the pager explosions. Israel crippled Hezbollah's communication network. Their rank and file used pagers to communicate. Israel hacked those devices and blew them up. So thousands of pagers exploded simultaneously, and this killed thousands of Hezbollah fighters. That operation, too, is said to have taken years of infiltration, years of analyzing the same data, of figuring out patterns, and knowing when to strike. And it tells you a lot about modern warfare. Wars today are not fought with just missiles and jets. They're fought with data, with years of invisible surveillance and algorithms. And it's something that Israel has mastered, the long game in a world of fast-moving conflicts.
That was explanation by Paki Sharma. So I think so far we have received some devastating effect from kutoka kwa hii vita. We have seen rise of fuel prices. Sijui kama imefika Kenya. Yeah, Marekani, I think now almost every state is now close to 3.4, 3.5 now. Almost an increase of $1. Yeah. The Strait of Hormuz hapo pale choke point ni kama sahi meli haziruhusiwi kupita hapo. So I don't know now what is going to happen. So I heard the other day Trump akipeana threat akisema if Iran is not going to remove those bombs they were putting there, ni kama walikuwa wanapanda mabomu hapo Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is one of the strategic point ya dunia for the shipping, especially for the Middle Eastern countries. Iraq wanapitisha mafuta yao hapo na their goods hapo. Yeah, so many countries wanapitisha. Hata kina Dubai wanachezea hapo tu. Yeah, of late, Dubai and some other Middle Eastern countries which have American bases, I think they have gotten some hit. I don't know to what scale of destruction their countries have been destroyed. I think that is something which will be analyzed for us in the future. Yeah, but I think for us Africans, sijui kama mafuta ndio tunapata from those countries, or where do we get the bulk of our fuel? But I'm double sure mafuta itapanda very soon. Yeah, I think yeah, bei ya mafuta could go up very soon. So that is one of the things which I think is going to happen. So maybe if there is somebody who has an alternative thinking of what is going to happen, I think I can get from you, because I need to know. So yeah, this Iranian war will continue, and I know Africans are still going to sisi tu tunaangalia tu, because I don't think if it is even a matter of alignment or not, but I don't think people are willing to align, other than Mr. William Ruto. Niliona immediately when it started akianzia na hiyo maneno ya condemnation, but largely many countries have remained mum, and because there have been a lot of division even from European countries. Yeah, but so far I believe the Jews got what they wanted. They really wanted to kill Khamenei. They got that. It's only that it comes also with some destruction of their countries too. I've also seen a lot of rumbles in their country, but again, they have not confirmed how big the rumbles are. You know, the good thing is that the Jews have bankers. Wanaendanga kwa bankers huko chini, and I don't think if Iranians they have the bunker busters whereby wakirusha bomu yao inaenda huko chini. I think mabomu za Iranians too, they are just service bombs. I don't think they have that technology ya kutengeneza bunker busters. It could have already been reported to us if they have a bunker buster. I think it could have been reported to us. So I don't think I can confirm any bunker buster from Iran, because we could have already seen it. So I think the war will continue. It will just be an impasse war, a war which will end because of casualties. I don't think the UN has capacity to negotiate that war, because already, you know, the UN is just a weak institution which cannot be able to reprimand anyone. Of late, they have been suffering about money, so I don't think they can be able to really push something here. Hi, Engineer Njiro. Hi, Ann, to all. So I hope the nations would temporarily stop the fight, because eventually Iran and Israel will have a fight again. Issue of vita itaisha. They have been fighting from time immemorial. So for now, I hope they can diversify. They can think like vita sio chakula, and they think of other things. But we are talking over 2,000 years history here. So I don't think these people can be stopped. So that is the challenge which we are having here. So, and you know, Americans have to endangle in anything which the Jews do without thinking. So they work together, because I think because of that superiority of Jews when it comes to money influence in New York. I hear New York ni wengi sana. Niingiza Njuria pia. Njuria anataka kuchangia kidogo. Njuria finally amemaliza date yake. Aliniambia nisiingililie, na for sure sijaingililia. So Njuria, I was trying to react briefly on this Iranian issue. Now that you have come, nimeruka maneno ya Kenya kidogo. If you want to react to this Iranian war, its global effect in outside world and in Kenya, you can make us understand. Meli zitapita, only condition ni kukosa kutumia petrodollar. Yeah, I've heard that the Iranians are saying kuanzia kutumika the yuan China hapo. So I don't know. So that's why I was saying, and there will be an impasse end. So unless America will be able to choke them, I don't know how that one will happen. So France happened Friday yet again. So maneno ya France Kenya hiyo tumezoea, so I don't think I even want to talk about it any longer. Okay, thank you. Julia, you can go ahead and react.
Before niende Iran, hiyo floods bwana Njiru.
Kuna floods Friday ni jana? Si ni jana?
Jana ama ni juzi? Hey.
Kulikuwa na flood nyingine tena?
The floods that was ni jana ama ni juzi? Wow. I think something needs to be done in Nairobi. But I don't know who. Kama tunategemea Kasongo. I don't know. So Njiru, sijui hii topic yako nianzie wapi? Njiru, mafuta huko kwenye mnanunua pesa ngapi saa hii?
Yeah, 3.5.
Hata yetu ilifika 3 jana. Ninunua
Ni
3.
3.5 from we were buying around 2.8. So ni kama wametuongezea almost 0.7. That's quite a jump.
Almost like sisi, I think we were buying at even 2.5, 2.4. I think wametuongezea 1+. Huh?
Yeah. So I don't know how long it will take. Bora wasitufikishie ile ya California. You know.
Nimesikia ati California ni 8.
So unajua California wanangojeanga kakitu alafu wanapandisha marandufu. That's the problem of California. California is just a state of taking advantage. Yeah. So California tu akisikia even during COVID walipandisha kabisa 5-6. So mtu wako California maybe anaweza tuambia wananunua mafuta ngapi, but people are being told we are buying freedom.
Ai, hapana. Watu ni kama ile, unajua kunguni. Njiru, okay, I used to hear, I think we should be glad that tumezaliwa wakati pengine tumepata kunguni zimeisha, lakini nasikianga kunguni ikiingia kwa nyumba yako, you might even want to burn the house. Njiru, have you ever heard that? Unatoa mattress, unachoma, unapata bado kuna kunguni. So the only solution is to burn down the house. Watu ni kama kunguni nakwambia. Alafu, what the West doesn't understand, I think I was telling you the other day that if the fight was against Kasongo, if for example something happened na DJT achoke na Kasongo, amfanyie Venezuela style, na tusaidie afanyie Kindiki Venezuela style, the Kenya, we have a constitution and we have structures. If they were talking about regime change in Kenya, it would work. Right, Njiru? It would work. They just need to do Venezuela Kasongo and Kindiki.
Bora unataka akue Venezuela, bora utaki akue Khamenei. It can also be Khamenei.
Yeah, if they Khamenei Kasongo and the Khamenei Kindiki, I mean, it would work because Kenya has structures. Because the Kenyan's constitution says that in the event that the president is demised or incapacitated and the deputy president, then the Speaker of the National Assembly is sworn in as president, I think for 3 months, and which he's supposed to call for a general election. You see, we just say it's just easy. In fact, if you have a crazy imagination that you want to do a regime change in Kenya, it will work. Sasa hii Wakenya ni wenye wamechoka. Wakenya si kama Iranians, ni wenye wanatamani mtu tu afanywe hiyo kitu. Naona ni wenye na watu Kasongo sasa hivi watatamani
no one will riot.
Akina anaitwa nini, that guy who comes here, he would feel like he would hate me so much. But such a thing happens, no one will riot. He said Kenyans will come out celebrating because Kenyans have always been tired of their leaders. And they always change. Even I think the days of Kenyatta, they are always ready for a change. Right, Njiru? Hakuwezi kuwa na riot. Alafu, tuko na structures. Iran has no structures of handling over power. Whether they riot or they don't riot, whether DJT keeps calling them take over the government. Who is taking over? The same people are taking over. Just like it happened in Venezuela. The deputy president took over. The same government, the same people. These kind of regimes, talking about regime change is a waste of time. They won't change. Pengine, the best they can do is incapacitate their ability, their weaponry ability and all that. That's the best they can do. Lakini tu watarudi tu kwa sababu paka akiondoka atarudi tena. They continue causing havoc. Though right now maybe they have been weakened so much. Lakini now my worry and my concern is maneno ya mafuta. Kwanza Njiru hata mimi hata sikuhurumii. Mimi inahurumia 254. What do you think will happen at 254? Sijui kama kuna watu people who are in Kenya who are watching us, they can tell us what is happening in 254. Because you see, in Kenya,
I have not checked the unajua mafuta ya Kenya inapandanga 14th si April wanakuanga kuna hiyo cycle, so sijui kama wamepandisha ama wanangojea April ipandishe. I don't think April usually, unajua kuna hiyo that monthly numbers wanaletanga so.
Lakini sasa because our source of oil is mainly Middle East, unaona tuna kwingine pengine tuanze kununua kwa Russia. Nimesikia Russia wako na mafuta. Is it true Russia produces iko na mafuta, Njiru?
Yeah, you see the problem which is there again. Russia will not just sell for you fuel because they are already sanctions with America. So I don't know how that one will go. I don't think
DJT ametoa hizo sanctions.
I have not listened to that. I'm not sure.
He has just turn it on. He has
all of them. So do you want to tell me that Russia can sell fuel anywhere?
Yes. In fact, let me tell you, Russia is reaping from all this drama. DJT ametoa hizo sanctions. Now Russia is reaping from this.
I think that is something which I will come and confirm later on. So
yeah, it has been the news since Jana.
So wametolewa sanctions zote. So Russia doesn't have.
In fact, I think Russia can.
What about money? Because pia walikuwa wametolewa kwa SWIFT system. So wametolewa.
I think Russia can even sell oil to America, according to DJT, because DJT amekula stress kiasi, watu hakuna mafuta. Though anasema that America produces oil, it seems we don't have enough, and we have to import. And the prices, team majambas ya hapa pia walikuwa nangojea ndio wapandishe, like you are saying, team majambas ya California walikuwa na magojea anything small to happen so that they hike the prices. I mean, Russia is celebrating because Russia is.
I would be surprised that kama California imefika $80, that one maybe mtu wako California anaweza kuconfirmia, that one would be detrimental. I don't think even because hata wakati wa COVID walifikisha 8 kweli. The maximum I had was 6. Yeah.
Okay, I saw that in Gata Press. I mean, maybe it's not true, but lakini where?
So, Julia, according to you, maybe kukuuliza, maybe and the way you understand the geopolitics, do you think this war was necessary?
No, it was not necessary. Hata afadhali wangejaribu wafanye wa Venezuela Khamenei. Unaona Njiru.
Why do you think it was necessary? It was not necessary. So, like when it comes to global terrorism, what is your take to global terrorism? Because I think it is part of the larger war for global terrorism, which is.
I don't think they needed to stage a war. Okay, I think they had better ways of getting those criminals.
But what if you get an opportunity to eliminate your enemy?
I mean,
because you know, unajua Julia, Marekani na Wayahudi wamekuwa wakitafutana na Khamenei milele na milele. Now okay. you get a window. Can I ask you a question? Somebody.
What happened to Afghanistan?
No,
they fought Afghanistan and created another terrorist. So, in any case, let me say this, what they can do. I mean, okay, when they bombed their nuclear stations, I think, according to me, maybe that was necessary. But then, because these people have a lot of intelligence and have a lot of, just the way they took the Venezuela guy, they could make such moves without necessarily staging a war in the Middle East. Because right now, there are so many nations that are affected that were not even in the war, were minding their own business. Now, the whole global economy is shaking just because 2 people decided to prove a point against one nuisance in the name of Iran. They had better ways of doing it. They didn't have to stage a war. So
okay, Julia, you can explain to me those better ways. Like, for example, you have, let me explain the issue of Iran. Iran, they had managed to have a bigger battalion in Lebanon, which was more powerful than the government, Hezbollah. So they have Hezbollah. They have Houthis in Yemen, who they are sponsoring and giving weapons. And Houthis are saying death to America, and they are also saying Israel should not be there. You have Hezbollah who are saying death to America and Israel should not be there. And you also have some other militia groups in Iraq, that is in places like Mosul, who are also saying death to America and America should not be there. And Israel should not be there. So, and what Iran had managed to do, it had managed to build a Balkan. A Balkan is like a circle of resistance to Israel. So, if you are Israel, how would you respond to such a threat where everybody there doesn't want you? And they are saying it, and they are even building tunnels. So I don't know if Julia, you are aware that Hezbollah and some people in Palestine, they were building tunnels to connect to Israel.
I don't know, Njiru. Njiru, this thing is complex because it's very, very complex. And how watu yenyewe, the things they do. For example, one thing that I don't understand. You remember was it 2024 attack on Israel? That
Yeah,
was that was
waliua watu wengi sana.
yes. Yani people.
October 7, 2023.
There's some status of some kind of peace. Then from nowhere, wanashikwa na wazimu wao. Huh? They decide to attack Israel. So, I don't know. This is complex, Njiru. I don't know what to say. But meanwhile, I guess I can just say that ule msemo wa Waswahili, penye ndovu wawili wanapigana, nyasi ndio inaumia. So this elephants fight, nyasi inafanya nini? Inaumia. And probably there's no end to this. I think they'll just call it off because of maybe they may. But then these people may not stop with the things they do. And there will be no regime change. The same characters doing the same things they have been doing. I don't know. Jiru, this is complex. Probably Jesus is coming back.
No, we have to understand Middle East has no solution. You have also to understand that Julia, inabidi mmoja anamaliza mwingine. So Middle East has no solution to anything.
Somebody is telling me at it is simply Iran is not Venezuela. Kamilisha sentence. And this thing is hard though.
No, but they have also suffered a lot of blow because how much people are they willing to sacrifice? Because people in Iran are also dying.
They don't care.
Huh?
These people,
so
let me tell you.
They are ready for 1 billion people to die.
Yes, they killed themselves already. Unajua ni watu wangapi walikusha kwa protest? These are people who...
No, but hao watu walikuwa wanakufa kwa protest, walikuwa wanauawa na serikali. So I'm not talking about people who are being killed by the government. I'm talking about people who are dying out of bombing.
I don't think they care. They have nothing. Let me give an example. If these people sponsor suicide bombers, what kind of characters are these? If they sponsor kama ni wao watu ni wale wa kujitolea kukufa kuwa watu. What do you think they care? I think they are in the state of they have nothing, they have lost everything and they have nothing to lose, so they can lose everything. That is what I think they're in that state. That is me. I think that is their mind and their thinking. They don't. Such countries have never had what we call the rule of law. Unakumbuka when they were protest the Middle East when a woman was killed for not wearing a scarf. Ni wapi mwanamke aliuawa Njiru? For not wearing a headscarf. Jitu na muenda kulala, hata mimi mwache niende basi.
Okay, sawa Njuria. So Iran military capability have been completely wiped out. What else do you have to fight? Yeah, that is what Jay is saying. So I don't know about the I know, the beauty is that America is also confirming it through satellites. I don't think America will be interested in propaganda when it comes to giving the factual information about the war. But I know Iran can do propaganda. Yeah, when Khamenei died and they were busy saying that they are, that's where even when they even think that Bibi is dead, that's why I cannot believe them, because Iran was seriously giving propaganda, Julia, and you know that Khamenei is dead, and they were busy saying that Khamenei is alive, well, and kicking. I couldn't believe,
what I'm telling you, they have nothing to lose. They don't think the way we think. You think they care about their people dying? They don't.
No, but at the end of the day, you have to care if your people are dying, because why lose the whole nation?
They don't care.
So you want to tell me that Iranians are ready for the whole country to be bombarded?
Yes, they are ready. And I've given you an example that if they sponsor suicide bombers, that is the reason why they don't care. That is my thinking.
And then that is the reason why they need to be incapacitated. If I would not support a country which would be willing to sponsor suicide bombers.
That is their thinking. No.
But it's a thinking which is scary to other nations which want to fight them. Because if you believe you can, even in disagreement, why bring suicide bombers? Even in disagreement. So because I do not understand the reason why Iran would want to have suicide bombers. And some of these things, some of them, they want to back it with religion, and that's what actually.
That's the other unfortunate thing. Imagine these people. Even when we have peace, unakumbuka the Twin Towers attacks, and the attacks in Kenya, and the attacks in Kenya in the embassy. Were they necessary? Were they necessary? Even when the world is peaceful, when people are minding their own business, wanakaanga tu, wanapanga tu, wazimu tu, wanapanga tu, wanaamua leo watu wakufe. What kind of thinking is that? Hiyo ni mind gani hiyo Njiru? Kama if anybody with a psychiatrist there anaweza tuelezea. What kind of a thinking is that?
Let's see. So, Julia, I think this war was unavoidable. I think Iran was a time bomb. Because if you remember, during Obama time, Obama averted this war by giving illegal money to Iran. Ile pesa ilisafirishwa na ndege huko. So, and I don't think Trump could have followed the same platform of sweet talking Iranians with money. I don't think, because I think Trump has been very consistent when it comes to Iran. And 40 years ago, he had even confirmed that Iran should be attacked. I think it has been a beef which has been growing beyond repair. I think that Iranian beef has been growing beyond repair. And part of the reason why it also feels scary when you look at the Iranians is also the Muslim influence in leadership in the West now. So, and the problem of the Muslim influence in the West is the Muslims do not want to assimilate, but rather they want to dominate. So, and it is bringing a serious crash. I have attended, and Julia, that's why I'm telling you, there will be a serious war in America between the country and the Muslims, because there are some professors, quite allowed to professors, they have already determined the percentage of Muslim population which is needed in a population for them to dominate you. I attended a conference, and it is being said, if a place, I don't know how true it is, it's ni professor tu anatoa maoni yake, they are sociological professor, they are saying this: if a town gets 5% Muslim population, they dominate you. Wanakuwekea mic kwa misikiti yao, whereby now they will be doing those loud announcements to you.
And then they say that it's freedom of worship.
Yeah, they will be doing kama sasa for the first time, and that's why I think New Yorkers, they did a mistake for electing this guy anaitwa Mamdani, because like yesterday, I don't know, yesterday or the other day, like Mamudani is now even allowing. Imagine they cannot allow a crusade in New York. You know, crusades kama zile tunakuanga nazo Kenya, what? They cannot allow a crusade in New York, but right now in New York, Muslims can roll carpets and they can pray in highways. Yet a Christian cannot do a crusade. I saw yesterday in an office, Mamudani is there, and there are like things which are not making sense. Yes, I know he is a Muslim leader, but why is he advancing Muslimity to the society, and the majority of people are actually not Muslims? New York is not even 2% Muslim, but he is funneling that culture to people. I don't think it is fair. I wish he could understand, and he is claiming he is a Muslim, and at the same time he is also giving gays jobs. Kama sasa jana aliappoint a gay to an office. So then why is it?
Can I answer you that?
Okay, go ahead.
I can tell you that America is also not serious with Christianity. In fact, hii story at people are Republicans because they are Christians in hypocrisy. Well, had they been serious, wangepata room.
But largely, what I know is that majority of Christians who I know, they are Republicans.
They are not Christians. What nikwambie? No, Christianity is me. The Christianity I know has to do with love. You cannot claim to love Jesus,
but
and you hate people because
Julia,
of their color.
You cannot love somebody who want to kill you.
No, you cannot claim to love people to love Jesus, and you hate people simply because of their color. That is why Christianity America haijapenetrate.
Julia, ni swali tunakuuliza. You love people so much. Can you open your door to watu wakuje tu walale huko kwako?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the utterances that come from Republicans who claim to be Christians is not Christian-like. The hate and spite towards people because of their color is not Christian-like.
Is not hate. Is when you see like some things you're not getting.
If somebody can post a picture of Obama as a nape na najita Christian, hiyo ni Christian gani hiyo Njiru? Where is Christianity there? Nothing.
That's an individual who posted.
Okay, let me go back to my point about, let me not narrow down on individuals. Let me say this, and this one is not only in America. Hata Kenya, nimesikia hata Kenya, Islam is really spreading. Unaona? And I'm not trying to play like holier than thou, but I'm saying that Islam is spreading because Christians are not serious and committed themselves. They call themselves Christians, but they have no idea of what is of who Jesus is.
Why are Christians not choking people with their belief? But some Muslims want to choke us with their belief.
They are not choking you. They are spreading it because you have given them room. Let me give you an example.
No, and Julia, some of the people who you support, ndio wanawapea hiyo room. But when people
wanawapea room gani?
Wanawapea room. Obama gave these people a lot of rooms to do all the manipulations.
Let me ask you, is there anything illegal they are doing in New York by worshiping God?
There are so much illegal things they are doing. It's only that I think, Julia, the best thing, just go and follow what the new administration is doing in New York.
Okay,
you will say,
why haven't they?
it is wrong.
Because there's a lot of law. Why haven't they been sued by somebody and taken to a court of law? In fact, personally, I believe America is a place where law enforcers do their work to a larger extent. Why hadn't somebody sued them in a court of law? So hiyo inasema it is neither here nor there. If the Muslims are doing that,
Let me ask you, nakuuliza swali, would you encourage large round speakers to be introduced in American cities simply because there is a mosque which has come there?
I don't know what their law exactly says about that, because what is preventing Christians from doing those crusades also? Has anybody sued a Christian?
Because the reason why Christians cannot do those crusades, it is because they are told those things are nuisance.
Then sue those people who are being a nuisance too. Let them be sued and taken to a court of law. This I think Njiru Mimi, the time when Meka hapa.
You know, America, they have given minorities a lot of power. It's only that
no,
here you cannot.
They should be sued. They should be sued.
Let me tell you, umeona hata mtu mweusi hapa akitendekewa tu na kitu kidogo, they want like to ban the whole cities.
It is because they have been oppressed forever.
I even see like there is a day like in near a place where nilikuanga, they wrongly killed a white person. Na hakuna kitu ilitendeka. If that person was black person, wangechoma city zote.
Njiru, don't talk about the things that Njiru, I think you should stop talking about
than other people.
Let me say this. You should stop talking about things that you have no idea of the experiences these people have lived. You have not lived their experiences. So you are being unfair.
No, everybody has lived a bad experience.
No, you are being very unfair. Wewe umetoka Kenya. Hakuna kitu umeona. You're being very unfair. Me when it
we
comes
were also
to
colonized. My grandfathers were colonized, so we are.
No, they were colonized, but you did not find the colonialists in Kenya.
But that does not mean now we start tormenting other people.
No, you did not find the colonialists in Kenya when you were born. You did not find them.
No, but my grandfathers were colonized. And
no, but you when you were born,
I share in their ordeal. Hata hao Afrika wako sahi, they did not meet their fathers who are slaves. The last slave died in 1878. The last alive slave, he died in 1878. So no one was a slave who is alive now.
Because naona hatutasaidiana hapa. I guess I don't want to discuss that because I feel like you have no idea, you have not lived the experiences, you don't even care, and you have no idea what they go through.
Tell me the problems of black people vis-a-vis the problems of white people.
No, I won't, because you will not understand. You have no idea, you have not lived their experiences, and you'll never understand.
No, I want to understand the experience. Tell me. Just tell me.
Wacha nisiende kwa your argument, you just make me tired for nothing.
No, kila mtu akona. I think everybody is trying to survive in this nation. So, you know, that one is a very serious narrative. I think it has been found here in America. I see me, and I want, unajua, that's not a very good palatable discussion if I say here. I always hear people talking of white privilege. Nimekutana na wazungu maskini mbaya sana, hawana chochote. They don't have anything, and they even like many programs are actually exposing like majority of poor people in wazungu. Look at even this market. So anyway, I don't know. Me, that's why I want people to speak with the data. Look at the amount of white people who are on those support and those stamps na vitu zingine, those food stamps. Wazungu ndio wengi huko. Food stamp, wazungu ndio wamejaa kwa stamp chakula. I don't know if I say that thing. Even it has even been discovered actually, hata Waafrika sio wengi kwa food stamps kama wazungu. Kama kuna mtu ameshindwa na maisha ni mzungu. Na ndiye all the time tunawasukumilia tukisema there is white privilege. So do we want to solve white privilege with black privilege now? Ni swali tunauliza. I think kila mtu anang'ang'ana. It's like trying to solve. Yes, black people are colonized, I don't deny, but and black people are enslaved, but black people are not enslaved by people who are alive today. So I don't think we need to put those guys who are alive now, those people who are alive now into that place. Hebu ni swali tu nauliza, mtoto amezaliwa sasa hata kama ni mzungu, unamwekelea mashida ya mababu zake kwa nini? Huyo mtoto amezaliwa kwa dunia, anakuja kung'ang'ana. Ni swali nauliza, mtoto anazaliwa sasa hata kama ni mzungu. Why should I start accusing that kid you colonized me? Because that is the stupidity which black people want us to do. We start even punishing people who do not even know what colonialism or what slavery was. Mtoto wa miaka 14 hata kama ni mtoto wa mzungu hapa, unamuuliza nini na slavery? Ni swali tu nauliza, mtoto amezaliwa tu sahihi hata kama ni mtoto mzungu. Huyo mtoto he is in a pathetic situation, anajaribu kung'ang'ana, he is struggling. Many of them even they even don't have money even to go to university. I've met with very many white people, they cannot even afford money to school, to even go to the university. Majority of them, by the way, they don't go to university. We are among the people who are actually highly learned in America. No, I think, na nitapeana hii example. I told one of our people here, the hatred which we are doing with the white man, let me tell you, I was doing my recommendation, hata Julia anaenda, I was doing my recommendation. Na hii ni kitu nitasema, kuna mzungu amenifanyia kitu hata Mwafrika hawezi nifanyia. I'm looking for people to recommend me. I need 5 people, highly qualified people, professional people, people with a certificate, people who are already PEs, and they have worked for so much experience. So I needed like 5 people. Mimi nilikuwa I was having 3, I'm remaining with 2. One gentleman akasikia nikitafuta mtu. That guy, we didn't know each other. Tulikuwa tu tumejuana kwa ofisi one day. Tulikuwa tumejuana one day. Na nile tu kujuana jina. Huyo jamaa akaniambia, Njiro, come here, I will recommend you. Nikamuuliza, what do you mean? Why do you want to recommend me? Akaniambia, it doesn't matter. I have known you one day, and that one day is enough for me to recommend you. That's how I have done. How I'm double sure there is no any black man, including hata wale watu wananisikiliza hapa. Kuna watu hata nikiwaambia hapa waniandikie recommendations, will not write for me. A white guy who doesn't know me properly recommended me, and his recommendation actually was accepted. Those are the people now munatuambia we hate. There are so many. There is a black professor. He knows me. Tumekuwa tukikutana naye. I have told him to write for me a recommendation, amekataa. Aliniambia nijui. Akaniambia stories za kukutana kwa kanisa na kukutana kwa mabashi huko. That is not enough information to recommend you. He told me, the Njiro, I don't know you. Nikauliza, what do you mean? Akaniambia, bwana mimi sikujui ba. Nikamwambia ni sawa. That's why I'm telling you. Nimeandikwa recommendation na mzungu na amenijua not even a day. Hours tu nile tu akajiintroduce, akaniambia, mimi naitwa so and so, I will be doing this thing here, just that. Ihande natafuta recommendations, and he recommended me, na aliandika. Bwana, tuachane na hii story ya you know this monopolization of Africans that wanateswa. That's why we cannot do anything. Kwani Mwafrika atateswa mpaka lini? So andi sahi mnataka kusema ni mzungu anatutesa. If we had a good leadership, why not unyoke ourselves? So sahi ni mzungu anatutesa ama ni Ruto? So me, because those are some of the stupid things which I cannot listen. Ati mzungu, kila kitu ni mzungu. Mbona we have intelligent mind, we have people, we have professors like akina Pierre Lumumba. We have brilliant professors. Even in that Ruto administration, we have brilliant professors. You want to tell me that Ruto cannot understand ile pahali tunateswa? He is a professor. Kidiki is a professor. They cannot understand ile pahali mzungu anawacheza, na mwambie mzungu, now stop. You cannot do this to us. Then they are idiots. if they cannot be able to interrogate good people in this life, they are idiots. So that and saa hii we are claiming that we are being tunateswa na mzungu. Hata Mwafrika Marekani hadi saa hii anasema tu bado mzungu anamtesa. At a time whereby the black people even produced a black president for 8 years. Why would that president not bring unilateral black laws to help black laws? Why would that black president not make sure that police are not killing black people? If that was the issue. Waafrika bado wanangojea kutokezea. In fact, were it not for mtu kama Donald Trump, who has actually come to do actually more than some of the black presidents who we say here, anapeana mpaka parole to some black people who wameteseka sana na wamekuwa wakifungwa, anapeana parole. And sasa pardon master wa Trump ni Mwafrika. So those are things which we have to learn. How comes Waafrika walipewa president miaka 8? And all what the guy came to do here, he came to do about gays. He was not interested about black people. Kazi yake tu ni kufikiria tu watu wa jinsia moja. That's all what he cared for. Story ya watu weusi, that one was not something to explain. Why? By the miracles of God in our generation, we got a black president. Why could he not move a pin for black people? Why would he not move a pin for black people? Now black people have to rely on a white man to help them. Black people lazima waitabi all the time, lazima watu weusi tu waende tu kulia, sijui tusaidie. Now, those are some of the things which we have to seriously, friends, start analyzing. Waafrika wakipata chance lazima waitumie. When do you think next black people will ever get a president in America again? It will come, but it's not now. The next black president in America has to be serious. Hawezi acha Waafrika kwa mataa, yeye anaenda kufanyia watu wengine kazi ambao hawajielewi. What have gays have to do with that? Inakuwa sasa magedi wanafanyiwa job. And black people, their issues cannot even be moved by a pin. It's a joke. So Waafrika hata kama mnateswa pia mnajitesa. Congress has close to 80 women who are black people, yet they always talk of nonsense. You can imagine even some legislatures, they're even supporting people who are saying death to America inside America. There is a lady called Twaribu. Wacha niwaoneshe hiyo kitu. Anaulizwa swali hata hawezi jibu. Hii nayo nitawaekea. Nataka you have to start learning these things. I will put it. Muone sasa. Muniambie mtu. And yet you are a member. Acha nitafute huyo mama, sijui anaitwa wacha nimtafute. You will be shocked. Our Congress member will support somebody saying death to America. Let me look for them. Wacha tu nimtafute. Nitampata. Ni huyo member hiyo kitu wanajitanga squad. Wacha nitafute jina yake. Anaitwa Rashida Tribe, ni wa Michigan huko. Noma sana. Ni noma sana. Hii nayo nitawaekea. Hii nitawaekea. Dearborn, Michigan, musikie.
Michigan, a mainly Muslim town, its citizens are chanting death to America. Watch.
Not a great look. The mayor condemned it. The White House condemned it. But what about Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib? She reps Dearborn. Is she okay with her constituents chanting death to America? Fox Business correspondent Hillary Vaughn asked her. Watch.
Congresswoman Tlaib, Fox News. I don't talk to Fox News. At a rally in your district, people were chanting death to America. Do you condemn?
Talk to Fox News.
But do you condemn chants of death to America?
I don't talk to people that use racist tropes.
Why can't you just say whether or not you condemn people chanting death to America? Why are you afraid to talk to Fox?
Fox News is not listen, using racist tropes towards my community is what Fox News is about, and I don't talk to Fox News.
Is death to America racist?
She can't even answer the question. Instead, she redirects and calls Fox News racist. Anybody in America who is chanting death to America, specifically immigrants who are naturalized or illegal, need to be unnaturalized and deported. If you hate this country so much, don't be here. Go back to wherever it is you came from. But what's your take? So Dearborn, Michigan.
Sina maoni. Aya, Elena Robam, you can speak. Nimeongea mingi sana. That's a US lawmaker. Watu wanasema death to America. Inside the country where we
Jero.
Yeah, nasikia, go ahead.
Kwanza, my apologies. I have a rubbish phone. It's an Android, and it has its own mindset. Hii phone yangu iko na, nafikiri inakuwa ni kama Gen Z. Phone yangu ikikasirika, it turns itself off. But I think also it has been hacked. So that's how it behaves. That's why I was knocked off the stage 2 hours ago when I was talking about your country, America. Because in general, you have become American. Yani, you talk about America more than the Americans talk about America. Very sad. But that is a conversation me and you will have. I don't want to cluster you here into a guilt conscious, but I think you're doing something which is not helping, because here, every time, if you ever talk about America, you're talking as if it's a great country. Hawa koloni hawa. Tena ati unatuuliza ati how can someone say death to America? You see,
inside America, that's what I'm talking. Inside America. I'm not. You can say it in Iran or in Iraq or even in Kenya, but why say
your
that?
The Constitution of America allows any person to say anything. You know that. It's one of those countries where you can say anything you want. And that is America. So why are you sad about this? You see, you are trying to make us believe that those people who say death to America, they will affect us. They don't affect us. Us, we are happy with such statements because it's a death to America because of what they're doing to the world. And death to America does not mean that Americans must die. it is a metaphoric statement, which means this superpower has had its time and it needs to rest. It's a very sad situation. When I was talking earlier on, I was trying to say something about the Congress and the way senators also behave, and I was trying to compare that with our Kenyan example, and said that the American politicians can really interrogate a person who comes before them in a very, very open manner. And I say that is kudos to America. Doesn't mean that they're the best, but it's only because their constitution allows them to do so. You see, and when you start lionizing America and saying that this is a country which cannot be probed by the rest of the world, I think you're wrong. So just like to end there, just give Robert a chance. But my point is that the Constitution of America is the one that allows American people to say what they want to say like that. America is a disaster. Mi hata ukinipatia free tickets siwezi kuja huko. Natupa hiyo kwa bin.
Atukipewa nini? Say that again.
Sahii ukinipatia free ticket hadi nikuja huko, pengine ndakuja kukutembelea, lakini nitakuwa na yani siwezi hiyo nchi mimi sitaki kuja.
I think you're just like you're a psychopath. It's just like I don't know where you come from or what you are saying. That you can't say something you don't know. So what do you mean when you say it's a disaster? In terms of what?
Go ahead, Robert. I'll listen to you and then I'll give a rejoinder. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is when you call a country like United States a disaster, what do you mean? Can you elaborate? We want to hear so that you can discuss. Well, I mean, you might have your own reasons. Yeah, but that's ridiculous when you say like United States a disaster. In terms of what?
You see, already he has already rendered the judgment to America. So that's why I don't want to respond to him. He has already judged America.
No. Robert has posed a question to me, and I'm about to answer him because it looks like you people mko huko kwa sababu ya nini? Hata mimi sitaki kuelewa, sababu hiyo ni shida yenu, lakini ati sasa mnajigamba hapa ati America is not a disaster, and we know this country is the most vicious, the most yani kila kitu wanafanya is to destroy other countries. Wamefanya hiyo Congo, kila mahali wameenda. It's the military industrial complex. You know this. If you know it, you know it. The military industrial complex is such that when there is war, so many lives have to be lost. But the military machine, the companies that produce those items, they must have bloodshed so that people buy them, other countries buy them. This is not rocket science. Now, and then when you have a mad person like Donald Trump, and please, I respect your opinions and what you pose as facts, so Robert and Jiru. I respect how you want to come across, but what I will do is to execute my thinking in terms of saying, what is this thing called America? Is it even a place where this Donald Trump, he came from up here, Scotland. His mother came from Scotland. His father came from Germany, and he's spouting about immigrants. Do you know? Have you listened to Donald Trump?
Stop
Let me
misleading
finish.
people.
Let me finish.
No,
Let
no,
me
no,
finish.
no,
I've been citing. 2 days ago, Donald Trump was interviewed by Fox News. You know, his favorite bullshit Fox News, yeah? And he said, immigrants, they have a genetic problem. A genetic problem. This was like a scientist who was in Oxford University a few years ago who started saying that Africans have a problem because they have a genetic problem. Their brains don't work the same as the brains of white people. Donald Trump said this 2 days ago. Actually, these immigrants who come to America from the global south have a genetical problem. And you guys think that you are being led by a supreme leader, the West. Even Wazungus from other countries, easy European countries, they can't stand him. They know that he's
course,
an
our
embarrassment.
Zulu from other European countries, they are also idiots. They have just allowed destruction of their country. So let me ask you a question, Elek,
I will finish. So don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Eight cities
I'll go the full hog.
No,
I'll go
8
the full
cities
hog.
in
Don't
the
interrupt
UK
me.
are a white minority, and they have all Muslim mayors. Why? 8 cities.
I think they should have more. I think they should have more. Even Legio Maria mayors working on Leto, and where you come from in
So if that is what you are trying, okay, endelea.
No, because wewe umekuwa wale kienyeji wale, ni kama hata sijui shida yenu ni nini. Kuna mzungu hapa very bad, hata wazungu wenzake wanasema huyu jamaa lazima tumuue, wanataka kumuua. By the way, hizo za how can you this guy someone poked at him in the ear, alafu we don't even see the scar he was shot. That was a thing that was planned by his group, his political election cartel. They planned this thing. We don't know this person who shot him. We don't know his history. Did he die? Where was he buried? We don't know anything about him. This Donald Trump. TCG assassination attempts twice. Fake. This man has been as fake becomes for as long as we have known him. And now he has plunged the world economy into a disaster, is what I want to answer Roba. Roba is asking me, what disaster? And you can see the world economy is a disaster now because of Donald Trump. The fuel prices and all that, we know what is happening in the back of that, and you think that is not a disaster. Your country, your America, is being run by an Israeli man from Poland. And everything that is happening now,
you got these just my reasoning things, small things.
Okay, you bring the big things. You bring the big things. Wacha nikusikie. Bring the big things. Wacha nikusikie.
You can't just come here. By the way, I'm not a fan of Trump. I never voted for him.
Nimemute. Let the big things. Let the big things tukusikie. Wewe unatoka huko Jinyake Mincha. Tukusikie saa hizi.
I mean, the problem is when we have some smart thinking people, he comes here, he's just, you cannot accuse the American people as a president. That's what you call democracy. Yeah, so when you think of, I didn't vote for Trump. I know I live a state where Trump people don't like him, but that's what elections have consequences. He won. That's why this party is going beyond minority. They'll be wiped out. Come November, the second week of November, the first, second Tuesday.
Hakuna winning hapo aliiba. Hakuna winning alishinda hapo.
Okay. Winning of what? What are you talking about?
Hakuna kitu alishinda.
What are you talking about? He won the election. I can tell you that he won. He won that one, even he won. Okay? So he won. He's going to be there for a year. That's fine.
Okay,
Democrats
Robert,
also.
Robert, go back to that thing where I said America is a disaster. Now answer me.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is you cannot call a disaster. First of all, you can't call a country which provides employment with people a disaster. You can't call a country which is a superpower a disaster. You can't call a country which has protection, who protects in fact as the whole world when it comes to what a disaster. A disaster is something a country like the so-called William Root and other people. You can call that one there. But you can't call a country because of one person who's called Trump a disaster. I disagree. I disagree on that one. But the only thing I agree with you, Trump is a disaster, but not the American people. But not the American people. Trump is a disaster, but not the American people. That one I can tell you in time. Okay? Leave the American people.
Mimi nimekuelewa sasa. Mimi sikusema ati Americans ndio watu wabaya. Hapana, sikusema hivyo.
No.
Nilisema
Trump is the one Trump is a disaster. A disaster, like you said, I agree with you. He went into a war, he didn't have plan, but elections have consequences. He won because Biden won. Democrats, I'm a registered Democrat. Trump won just because he said he's going to build the economy. The economy he has cheated on. The economy right now, I'm telling you, wait in November, it's going to be wiped out. He's going to be, the next 2 years, he's going to be like somebody, he will not have a voice. But at the end of the day, it's a disaster, but America is a great country.
So I agree with you now. We had a communication problem there because what I meant was America as a country, which I mean the political class in America. The political class in America has made that country a disaster. And that's what I meant. I didn't mean that the American people. Because you know what?
I agree with you. And now, is minus. Political opinion. Right now, Trump is minus. No, he has broken the record. People hate him. His own party hates him. People can't stand him. He's somebody what? But like I told you, elections has consequences. There's nothing you can do. It's thereby constitutionally. He won the election. He won the so-called electoral college because it's electoral college. He won, yes. But I agree with you. If I had my way, this man could not be a president of this country. But that's what democracy is all about. Now
but
you have to live with him.
But Njiru celebrates him. Njiru.
No, he's celebrating a madman.
I had to. I had to quit the WhatsApp group of this channel because Njiru was tolerating nonsense.
No, Njiru, I disagree with Njiru. First of all, because this lady is from, first of all, that's wrong when somebody said that dead to America. Leave out this propaganda of facts and news. Okay? I know you have some problems with Omar, and I think that's the one person who wanted Njiru to tell us, Omar, the congresswoman from Minnesota. And just from Michigan, let's focus on it. When somebody says something, it doesn't like anything. Okay, some of us because of employment. A country provides employment for people. I call it a great country. A country where you can go, you get services, you get everything, regardless of what is in power. It's a great country. A country where
akona shida na hiyo nini yake, ile presentation yake hapo Njiru.
Ya, mimi nimewapea nafasi muongee.
Njiru, ameniuliza.
So let me ask you a question. Maybe nataka kuuliza.
Go ahead.
I just want you know, saa zingine me, I like understanding things from people. I don't know why, to what degree they are saying the Iranian war does not have a plan. Nitataka muniambie, ni kama Trump alikuwa amewapea plan yake ya the Iranian war ili mujue, because mnasema aliingia kwa vita ajui atatoka aje. Did Trump give a plan of vita ataingia kwa hiyo vita? In any case, they succeeded in killing Khamenei within 1 hour of attack. If Obama was able to get a second term for killing Osama bin Laden, who was even a million times lesser than Khamenei, why would Donald Trump not be credited by some of these deaths which have happened of these many terrorists in the world? Nasra walimua Nasra. They killed Nasra. You know Nasra yule wa in Lebanon. Nasra, they killed Nasra. They have killed Khamenei and so many other top-ranking people in Iran, people who even other administrations could not be able to kill. So, if war in America rewards, why is it not rewarding Donald Trump? If Obama can be rewarded and can be accredited actually by killing Osama bin Laden, even it was one of the reasons actually why he was able to defeat Mitt Romney. And actually they needed to kill Osama so that he gets a second term. Or Bwana Ere, you are not aware that Osama was project second term? Ere, are you aware of that?
Continue, I'm listening.
No, I'm asking you, are you aware that Osama was project second term? If Obama did not kill Osama, angepata second term. Are you aware of that?
Hiyo ni shauri yako. Mi hizo second term, first term za America si shida kwangu hiyo.
No, America is a country of targets. You have to understand that. So I don't know why, even if America is a country of targets. That is why Joe Biden couldn't be able to mount a second term, because he did not achieve the targets. So America is a country of targets. So once Obama has killed Osama, that was a target, and that's what catapulted the second term. So these things happened that way. So America has been a country of aggression to some extent, especially to things which are threatening their national security. They have to show aggression to them. And that one always happens to nations which have power. Unajua, the reason why we look peaceful, Kenya and some other funny countries, we look peaceful, is because we don't have anything. Ndio unaonanga hata tajiri atakangi mali yake ichezewe. Enda huko kwenyu kwa vile jukute jamaa ako na vitu. Akute hata kuna mtu anajaribu kung'oa waya ingie kwake. He will be mad. So when you have possession, when you have know-how na uko na vitu zingine within you. And by the way, both the West and the East have been in access of progression. There is distance of separation between America and Europe, because Europeans have decided to sink into stupidity. And I think one day we have a show where we talk about the European stupidity, because for me, I believe Europeans have become stupid. According to me, Europeans have just become stupid. And nimesikia tunasema, in fact, you are saying that there are some Europeans who cannot stand what is happening in America. For me, I believe those are stupid people. And let me tell you, I don't think I'm a very daft man to just support Mr. Donald Trump ignorantly. I don't think like kuna vitu wewe ati unaona mimi sioni. Amen. Anyway, that's what I'm trying to ask. Because me personally, I'm not a person who just follows news. I do my own research. I look at things. I follow people's history. That is why my conclusion with Donald Trump is based on a very serious research. Ellie, is based on I started researching about Donald Trump even before Apprentice. So I have extreme information about that guy. Even before Donald Trump is in escalator, I am already researching about him. So, and that is why it will be very difficult for somebody to get me out of that accent. Because I have researched Donald Trump the way I've researched Ruto. Ruto niko na data yake to the fingertip, the way you, even if you try to sing for me usiku na mchana about Ruto, I cannot listen. That I take time to stand the people. I take time to stand the people. And I think
umemresearch Donald Trump mpaka saa zile alikuwa Democrat. Donald Trump.
I have extremely researched Donald Trump from the time when he was
a Democrat. When he was a Democrat.
He was a Democrat in 90s. I've said I researched him from early 2000.
It doesn't matter when he was a Democrat. You've researched him, eh?
I have researched him, and I have taken time to stand that man. So I don't know some of the readers who you how many years have you taken to stand Khamenei? Because you seem to be like defending Khamenei too much. Well, Khamenei
no. Me, I was actually a student of my thinking. My thinking was studentship of Ayatollah Khomeini, not Khamenei. Khamenei is just the one who has been in power since the late 80s. As we grew up knowing Ayatollah Khomeini, the original Ayatollah. That one.
So now tell me is more of
ule alimfukuza Shah. Alifukuza Waislamu na Wakristo.
Alifukuza Shah ili aweke terror regime.
Hapana, haikuwa hivyo. Unaona kuna hizi nations zinajiita sijui superpower. Zinakuja alafu zinasema this is the leader we want and this is what we want. In fact, one thing I know is that there's this one Donald Trump who says it quite openly. This is the type of regime I want. If not, I will kill them. Who does that? But Ayatollah Khomeini, the original Ayatollah of 1979, he changed Iran. What happened after that is what happens in any revolutionary method and any post-colonial hangovers. You know, you've seen it in Kenya. You've seen it in South Africa when Nelson Mandela took over. Because I heard you earlier on when I was off, but I could hear the conversation. The situation with, for example, South Africa, and people blamed Nelson Mandela, who was in prison for over 27 years. They wanted something, I don't know, gold-plated cars. They thought that to be a black, successful person during Mandelaism, it was an achievement that could be so fast. And that is a thing that we had also in Kenya when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta took power. And so then many Kenyans were disappointed because the way Wazungu controlled the system, and part of the signing of the thing about the end of colonialism, they were still in the system. These people have manipulated the system in such a way that you have to think that they're right. And this is what is happening now in the situation with Iran. That you find people who are well educated like yourself think that it's okay for a madman to go to a place like Venezuela, fish out the president and his wife, go to Iran in the pretext of CG 30,000 Iranians were killed by Ayatollah. There are no facts about that. Then in fact, there is contradictory information about how many security officers were killed who are Iranian, and that the Western powers and Israel were involved in this breach of their security. These things are coming from alternative media, not the mainstream BBC and all this nonsense we call Fox News. So the messaging is making these countries look like they're dangerous places. And you know what has happened in Libya, what has happened in Syria, Iraq, and now is happening in Iran. By the way, I don't think you know about the Iran-Contra affair with the American generals during Ronald Reagan's time, you know? So this country that pretends to be a superpower of the world, at Sidi we killed 167 children. No, but we didn't kill them. It's Iran who killed them. But the Tomahawks are not, they're American, but it's Iranians who have them. Even his own defense minister, that one there, Sidi, war minister, Mzungumjinga when we are it was Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, every day giving stupid press conferences. He disagreed with Trump live. Have you seen that clip? Why don't you play that clip? He was asked by the journalists, is it an American bomb that struck the children? 170 of them who died in Iran. Donald Trump said, it is the Iranians who did it to their own kids. Pete Hegseth, the defense or war minister, said, I don't know. We're still investigating. And then you tell me, Ati, there is this man of a Trump who is so great. You know, if we look at what is happening in Iran, we need to be careful about what is going to happen in Kenya. Because the last time we supported America and Israel and their activities in the world, we got bombed in 1998. The thing that killed over 200 Kenyans in Nairobi. And what happened there was because of our closeness with the oppressive America and Israel. It was as simple as that. So right now, as we're talking, we're a target. But we're sitting here not even thinking about that. Kenya is a legitimate target because we are singing to the tune of Israel and America, as far as Ruto is concerned. Someone there called Musalia Mudavadi at we are keeping a neutral stance about this. That's nonsense. The Israeli embassy in Nairobi is the most protected facility in Nairobi. It is more protected than the American embassy and State House. And I hope you know that. That road is impassable when you pass the Israeli embassy. Kuna ma-GSU, kuna wale watu wa sijui Israeli fanatics au intelligence wa Israel wako hapo openly. They don't even follow international rules, international laws of diplomacy. They behave as if they have taken over the country called Kenya. So we are a legitimate target of anyone who is angry about what has happened to Iran. But you, of course, you people like yourself, you will not accept this. Wewe tu kazi yako ni America, sijui MAGA, sijui MAGA, something called MAGA, which MAGA has failed. You know it because All those right-wingers were 2, 3, 4 years ago. Wote wameruka. They've jumped ship. Kina Marjorie Taylor Sewell anaitwaje Green, that former senator, amekimbia sana. In fact, now she's insulting Donald Trump.
Sasa wewe, you are talking of failures. You are talking of failures, eh? You are talking of failures. Ameshindwa na kazi, alafu sasa unakuja kutuambia story ya MTG. MTG is past tense. What do you mean? He is not in our axis.
Tuambie tuambie past tense yake. Tell us here.
No, we don't talk of past tense. Ni kama kuanzia kutuambia story ya
no. You see.
We don't talk of past tense bana.
Even Candice ama Omerota
ukishindwa na mwendo tunakuacha nyuma bwana. Unajua ukikuwa jiwe ya chumvi atuongee historia yako. Ama ujui pia kuna wakati wa roti kuna watu wamekuwa mawe ya chumvi. To speak about the rock of salt. Ushakuwa jiwe la chumvi unataka tukuongee.
Bro, kuna kitu inaitwa real politics. Okay?
There's no real politics in defeatism.
No, can I just explain? The real politics in what's happening in Iran is such that the Americans and the Israelis, they thought that when they have killed the Ayatollah, they have neutralized the country so that regime change would be immediate. These people, they don't know, they don't learn from their past mistakes, even in Vietnam. I can't understand how
in Vietnam did they kill the leader? I think you are looking at this thing simplistically.
No. I'm giving a comparison. I'm not saying that they killed Sujinin. No. I'm giving a comparative thing about intervention, where America purports to be the policeman of the world. So when you're here displaying ignorance, we will battle with you mpaka morning. There's no way we will allow you to give us bullshit theories. No, the likes of me, kinayaga hata siku hizi wamewachana na wewe, wale walikuwa na kudunda hapa hivi. Mimi nitakuchapa hapa kabisa mpaka you will accept that what you're saying is wrong. You cannot give us bullshit theories at the America's superpower of the world that we have to respect America. We will just agree to disagree with you, but we will let you know fact for fact, and substantively we will tutakuelimisha ndugu yangu. Usitupotezee wakati hapa unatuambia tuheshimu Donald Trump ya nini? Mtu yani kazi yake ni kutukana black people, ati anasema ati we are genetically inferior and you are here clapping. Yani we shida yako ni nini? Mtu anakuambia you are genetically inferior and you insubordinate yourself. Kwani we ni home guard?
I did not hear that. Kwa nini weka hiyo video hapa tusikie sisi wote? What are you fearing? Kuja na hiyo video hapa.
No, it was a radio interview, Fox radio interview.
Ilete
2 days ago. Wacha nitafute hiyo.
Yeah, just leta. Unajua hatutaki story ya Mushene, leta vitu real tusikie. Aya, as you look for it, wacha nicheze video kadhaa hapa. Nataka musikie venye Watanzania wako na information, hata sio kama wewe Eli bana. Siku hizi nimependa simulizi za Watanzania sana. Nataka usikie vile Watanzania wanaelewa hii mambo, sio kama wewe. Uko na habari nusu.
Anataja sana Ali Khamenei Ayatollah kuliko rais. Labda tuiweke sawa. Tutoe elimu kidogo hapa. Iran ni taifa la Kiislamu. Lakini Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah ni cheo kikubwa, ni kama profesa, yani ni kikubwa sana katika dini ya Kiislamu. Labda tuweke sawa, kwa nini kuna ni kama taifa linaongozwa na Ayatollah na rais kama anakuwa yuko kwenye shadow?
Ni mfumo kama ambavyo Uingereza kiongozi mkuu wa nchi ni malkia au mfalme, lakini mtendaji mkuu na kiongozi wa serikali ni waziri mkuu wa Uingereza. Ukienda Israeli, kiongozi mkuu wa nchi ni rais, lakini mtendaji mkuu na mwenye nguvu ya maamuzi ya kiutendaji ya serikali ni waziri mkuu. Kwa ndo maana unamuona Herzog pale Israeli ni rais ambaye wengine hata wajui kama kuna rais Israeli. Mpaka sasa hivi hapo inawezekana tunavyosema kumbe kuna mtu yuko juu ya Netanyahu, lakini Netanyahu ni waziri mkuu. Ukienda Ujerumani pia hivyo hivyo, wana rais wao, lakini kansela wa Ujerumani ndio mwenye nguvu na ndio anaye dictate sera ya mambo ya nje na masuala ya ulinzi na usalama na kuyaratibu wa taifa lile. Kwa hiyo ni mfumo ambao Wairani wao baada ya mapinduzi ya mwaka 1979 baada ya kupindua utawala wa kifalme wa kina Pahlavi, Raza, tunasema the Pahlavi dynasty, baada ya kuwatoa wale wakaingia wakabadilisha katiba ya Irani. Na kumbuka Irani iliwahi kuwa jamhuri, baadaye ikarudi kwenye utawala wa kifalme, halafu wao wakaleta sasa itakuwa jamhuri ya Kiislamu ya watu wa Irani. Jamhuri ya Kiislamu ya watu wa Irani. Kwa hiyo nakumbuka vuguvugu
alileta yale mapinduzi ya 79 ni Ayatollah Khomeini.
Hayati.
Yes, hayati. Na huyu Ayatollah Khomeini, kumbuka yeye ndiye hakuwepo Irani. Alikuwa anaishi ukimbizini huko Ufaransa, lakini alikuwa na ushawishi mkubwa sana na aina ya mahubiri, alikuwa anatoa mahubiri ya kuhamasisha watu kupigania haki za taifa la Iran na rasilimali za taifa la Iran akiwa huko. Kwa hiyo watu walikuwa wanamfuata na wanaamini yule ndio kiongozi wetu, japokuwa hakuwa ndani ya taifa la Iran. Kwa hiyo baada ya mapinduzi kufanyika, Ayatollah Khomeini ndio anarudi na kuwa kiongozi sasa wa kuhamasisha mabadiliko ya kimfumo wa utawala na kuijenga Irani tunayoiona sasa kuanzia pale. Sasa katiba yao ambayo imepigiwa kura zaidi ya mara 2 imeweka mfumo wa kwamba taifa litakuwa na kiongozi mkuu ambaye atakuwa ni kiongozi wa dini. Kwa hiyo yule ni kama imamu. Kwa Waislamu wanafahamu yule ndio imamu mkuu pale Irani. Kwa hiyo ndio maana kila Ijumaa anakuwepo kwenye msikiti mkubwa wa Irani. Anaenda, yeye huwezi kumuona kwenye majengo ya serikali au ikulu ya serikali. Yeye anaenda kwenye ule msikiti na ana makazi yake. Kwa hiyo kazi yake kubwa yeye ni kuwa kiongozi wa kiimani, lakini pia ni kiongozi wa taifa. Sasa kutokana na yale mamlaka yake ya dini ambayo yamecrosscut pia kwenye mamlaka ya nchi, lakini utawala umetengeneza watendaji. Sasa ni kama ambavyo nimetoa mfano kwa hiyo mataifa mengine. Sasa ndo unakuja wakina rais pamoja na viongozi wengine ambao wako chini ya mwamvuli kwa mujibu wa katiba yao, ambao of course sasa kwa sababu huyu ndio hili ni taifa la Kiislamu, linaishi kwa mujibu wa sheria za Kiislamu na linaheshimu hivyo. Maana yake kiongozi mkuu wa kidini anakuwa na nguvu kubwa sana, kwa sababu nchi yenyewe tayari imejitangaza kwamba ni jamhuri ya Kiislamu. Kwa hiyo maana yake mamlaka ya Mungu yana nguvu zaidi kuliko mamlaka ya kibinadamu. Na watu kitu ambacho wafahamu au waelewi ni kwamba Ayatollah kwa cheo, sio kwa mtu tu, kwa cheo chake, yule ni imamu mwakilishi wa imamu mkuu, ambaye hawa watu ambao wanaamini katika dini yao wanaamini yupo huko pahala pakubwa zaidi, patakatifu zaidi. Huyo anamwakilisha imamu yule mkuu kama mwakilishi wake kwa hawa. Kwa hiyo hawa ni wanafunzi wa imamu yule mkubwa, lakini huyu imamu ndio kiunganishi chake, kwa maana yeye ndo anapaswa kuwasimamia, kutoa, ndio maana kuna kitu huwa tunaita fatwa. Fatwa manake dini imeweka fatwa. Kwa mfano Ayatollah, watu kitu ambacho hawaelewi kingine, Ayatollah aliweka fatwa ya kukataa taifa la Iran kuwa na silaha za nyuklia, kwa sababu alisema kwa mujibu wa dini kuwa na silaha za maangamizi ya halaiki ni kitu kinachoenda kinyume na dini yake. Kwa hiyo aliweka fatwa. Fatwa inaweza kutolewa pia na imamu. Kwa hiyo hiyo fatwa imekwepo mpaka Ayatollah anauawa. Sasa fatwa hiyo itaendelea wakati wa utawala wa huyu tunaweza tukamuita sasa Khamenei Junior, ambaye amekuja sasa hivi kama Ayatollah mpya. Hatuwezi kuelewa kwamba nini kitatokea kutoka sasa kwenda mbele. Je, Irani, juzi nimeona kuna taarifa zinazagaa huko kwamba inaonekana sasa Irani wamekuwa emboldened, yani wameongezewa kasi na nguvu ya kuhakikisha ni lazima wamiliki silaha za hatari za nyuklia.
Kuna taarifa pia zinasema kwamba Beijing wanaisaidia Iran, japokuwa sio moja kwa moja, lakini angalau kutoa ABCD kuelekeza namna ya kushambulia mifumo ya Israel.
Mimi kwa uelewa wangu mdogo, juzi Urusi kupitia balozi wao wa Urusi nchini Uingereza wametamka wazi kwamba Urusi kwenye mgogoro huu haipo katikati. Urusi ipo na Iran.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello.
Sasa mtu anaposema nipo na mtu fulani, niko upande wake katika kuhakikisha analinda uhuru wa taifa lake, haya maneno haya yamewekwa kwenye mabano. Yupo naye kwenye pamoja kwa kiasi gani? Nini anachomsaidia, kipi amsaidia? Mimi ukiniuliza kwa mahusiano ya kiuchumi ya Urusi, tukumbuke maangamizi makubwa yaliyofanyika Ukraine ya drones za kamikaze. Drones za kamikaze zinatoka Irani. Kwa hiyo maana yake Irani wamemsaidia Urusi kwenye vita yake na Ukraine, kama ambavyo Korea ya Kaskazini wamemsaidia. Japokuwa makubaliano ya ushirikiano ya strategic partnership kati ya Urusi na Irani ni tofauti na makubaliano kati ya serikali ya Kim Jong Un pamoja na ya Putin. Kwa sababu wale wamekubaliana kabisa, ni strategic mutual defense agreement, kwamba ikitokea mimi nashambuliwa, wewe una uwezo wa kuja na vifaa vyako na askari wako kunisaidia. Na hivyo hivyo kwa upande wa Urusi. Na ndio maana unaona zaidi ya askari 15,000 wa Korea ya Kaskazini walienda Ukraine kupigana kuukomboa ule mji wa, ni mji gani ule ambao ulikuwa umekaliwa na wa Ukraine. Waliuteka ule mji kwa muda fulani. Kwa hiyo hawa wana ushirikiano, lakini makubaliano kati ya Iran pamoja na Urusi ni makubaliano ya kwamba silaha, taarifa za kiintelijensia unaweza, lakini sio makubaliano ya Urusi moja kwa moja kupeleka vikosi vyake ndani ya Iran. Lakini wanashirikiana kwenye nyanja nyingine kama za silaha. Kwa mfano, kuna mifumo ya ulinzi mingi sana ambayo ipo Iran, mingi anaipata kutoka kwa Mrusi. Na ile mifumo ilivyo kuioperate na pamoja na kuifanyia maintenance huwa inafanyiwa na nchi ambayo imeitengeneza. Kwa hiyo Israeli akikuuzia Iron Dome, huwezi wewe ndio ukaiservice Iron Dome. Kwanza wanahifadhi siri za ile mitambo na teknolojia yake. Kwa hiyo ikitokea changamoto, wao wenyewe ndio wanaotaka wa service ile mifumo. Kwa hiyo kwa msingi huo Mchina inawezekana akamsaidia Iran, lakini hamsaidii kwa sababu sera ya Uchina ni sera ya kutumia soft power tunasema. Anatumia zaidi ushawishi, sio mabavu, sio muumini wa kuamini kwenye vita ya mabavu na silaha. Kwa hiyo kwa mazingira yalivyo, kwa kile kilichotokea Venezuela ambako amepoteza rasilimali kubwa ya biashara ya mafuta aliyokuwa anaifanya na serikali ya Nicolas Maduro, maana yake ni kwamba je, atakuwa tayari apoteze na huku kwa Irani ambako yeye anachukua zaidi ya 45% ya mafuta yanayotoka Irani. Kwa hiyo ukiniuliza mimi, kwa nchi ambayo inajali maslahi yake, na dunia hii tunafahamu maslahi ya kwanza yanaanza na uchumi, alafu mambo mengine ndio yanafuata. Haya yote yanayoendelea at the center kuna issue ya uchumi, mengine ndio yanafuata. Kwa hiyo huwezi kuniambia Mchina ataendelea kukaa pembeni. Ndio maana zipo taarifa zinasema, kwa sababu Wamarekani wanajiuliza kwa nini Irani wamekuwa na precision strikes, nasema mashambulizi yenye ufanisi wa hali ya juu kwenye vikosi vyake, kwenye rada zake na kwenye kambi zake. Yani hata kama wangewashambulia, lakini huu ufanisi ni wa juu mno. Kwa hiyo wapo The Washington Post, gazeti linalofichuaga mambo mengi la Marekani, likazusha juzi, likasema, katoa ripoti, Urusi na China wanamsaidia Irani, wanampa taarifa za sehemu zilipo kambi, sehemu ambapo wanahamisha rada. Kwa hiyo ndio maana Irani amefanikiwa kudestabilize mifumo mingi ya ulinzi ya kule. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri watakuwa wanamsaidia kweli, lakini hawamsaidii moja kwa moja kiasi kwamba unakuwa huna ushahidi wa kuthibitisha kwamba Urusi na China wamemsaidia moja kwa moja, lakini kuna namna watakuwa wanamsaidia. Na ndio maana pia hiki kilitokea, kama mnakumbuka, wakati wa mapigano kule Syria. Urusi aliingia pale akaanza kumlinda Bashar al-Assad, wakati Marekani wanashirikiana na vikosi vya ISIS ambavyo vilikuwa vinapigana na serikali ya Bashar al-Assad kuelekea Damascus. Kwa hiyo katika mazingira yale unaweza ukaona, ndugu yangu, kwamba baada ya Mrusi kuingia pale, vita ile imeendelea kupiganwa mpaka juzi, zaidi ya miaka 12. Serikali ya Damascus, yani Bashar al-Assad anadhibiti tu mji wa Damascus. Miji mingine ambayo iko pembezoni mwa Syria ambayo walikuwa inadhibitiwa na makundi mengine, hawakufanikiwa kuidhibiti kwa muda mrefu sana. Kwa hiyo jiulize wewe, unawezaje kuwa na serikali miaka 12 iko mji mkuu tu? Maanake Urusi aliweka cover wale waasi kila wakitaka kuja, ambao kimsingi walikuwa wako weaponized na Marekani na Israel, kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka kuangusha utawala wa serikali ya Bashar al-Assad, mpaka ilipofikia sehemu Urusi walipoamua kujiondoa na wakafocus zaidi na Ukraine, ndio unaona serikali ya Damascus ikaanguka. Ndio imekuja hii serikali sasa hivi ambayo inafungamana sasa na sera za Marekani na sera za Israel. Kwa hiyo kushirikiana kupo, lakini ni kwa kiasi gani? Sisi tunataka ushirikiano ambao tutaona madege ya Urusi yakitua Teherani pale na special forces wa Urusi wakitua pale, kwa mahusiano ambayo Urusi anaendelea kuyajenga. Na jana Putin ameongea na Trump kuhusu haya. Hawawezi sasa hivi waka afford tena, yani wote wana appetite ya kuimarisha mahusiano, Urusi na Marekani. Kwa hiyo ingekuwa serikali ambayo ina uhasama mkubwa kati ya Urusi na Marekani, huenda tungeona hata vita ya 3 ya dunia ingeweza kutaka kutokea, kwa sababu pengine Urusi angeamua kuweka nguvu zaidi pale Iran. Lakini kwa sasa hivi, kwa sababu Urusi wana makubaliano na watu, kitu ambacho hawajui, na Israel, ndio maana kwenye maazimio yote yanayofanyika mbele ya Baraza la Umoja wa Mataifa, Israel kuhusu vita ya Ukraine, Israel hajawahi hata siku moja kuyasapoti maazimio ambayo yanamshambulia Urusi au yanaikondem tunasema Urusi kwa kile kinachofanyika Ukraine. Hawajawahi, wana abstain, yani hawapigi kabisa kura. Pia Israeli wamekataa kuipa Ukraine msaada wa silaha. Nchi nyingine zote zinatoa, Israeli kwa nini? Kwa sababu Israeli na Urusi wana makubaliano ya kwamba ukiwa unapigana na mtu fulani, wewe usiingie direct kuja kunishambulia mimi. Ndio maana Netanyahu hajaenda Ukraine. Netanyahu haizungumzii Ukraine kwa namna ambavyo Marekani amekuwa akizungumzia. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu sera yao, Urusi pamoja na Israel pia pembeni wana mahusiano ya kuheshimiana. Na tukumbuke kuna Wayahudi wengi sana ambao wako Urusi, na kuna Warusi wenye asili ya Kiyahudi wengi. Kumbuka wakati, unajua haya mambo lazima urudi kwenye historia. Wakati wa vita ya pili ya dunia, Hitler alikuwa anawawinda Wayahudi Ulaya, walikimbilia wengine wengi iliyokuwa shirikisho la Sovieti, Soviet Union, ambako ndo Urusi ya leo. Kwa hiyo walipokimbilia kule, Urusi waliwapokea, kwa sababu Urusi nao walikuwa na uadui mkubwa na Hitler. Na tukumbuke katika moja ya taifa lililopoteza watu wengi wakati wa vita ya pili ya dunia ni Urusi. Zaidi ya watu milioni 20 imepoteza watu wengi sana wakati wa mapambano na Hitler. Kwa hiyo Wayahudi na Umoja wa Kisovieti wana historia ya kwamba tuliwahi kuteswa na kufanyiwa maangamizi makubwa na adui mmoja ambaye alikuwa ni Ujerumani ya kipindi hicho chini ya Adolf Hitler. Kwa hiyo hizi nchi huwa zina makubaliano ambayo unaweza usiyaone, tunasema on the surface, lakini yako chini ya carpet. Kwa hiyo wanayo, na ndio maana unaona kuna calculations nyingi jinsi ambavyo wanayaendea mambo, kwa sababu hawataki kuvuka mstari mwekundu waliocholeana. Ndio maana wanakwenda hivyo, wanarudi na nini, lakini mwisho wa siku Trump amezungumza jana na Putin wamesema wamezungumza kuhusu namna wanavyoweza kumaliza hili tatizo la japokuwa Trump anasema Putin amemsifia sana. Trump naye huwa anazungumza amemsifia sana kwa operation walioifanya Iran, kitu ambacho ni kama anataka kuwagombanisha tu. Ni kitu hakiwezekani. Lakini Trump anazungumza vitu kama hivyo na inabidi kumzoea kwa sababu Trump ni mtu anaongea kwa chochote kinachomjia. Kwa hiyo kimsingi mimi nafikiri kwa military intelligence ya dunia hii ilivyo, huwezi kuniambia Irani hajasaidiwa chochote. Taarifa na kwenye vita wakati mwingine silaha unazo, lakini una taarifa ambayo itafanya silaha yako iwe na ufanisi wa matokeo. Kwa hiyo taarifa, ndio maana kuna msemo unasema information is power. Taarifa yani ndio kitu chenye thamani duniani. Ndio maana Israeli wamejiwekeza Mossad kwenye taarifa. Kwa sababu ukiwa na taarifa za adui zako mpaka za chumbani, unajua ufanye nini, wapi na kwenye wakati gani. Naam.
Yeah.
Ndio umesikia maana kutoka TZ bana. Kuna Mkenya amefika hiyo level bana. TZ wanakuchapia lugha mpaka unapenda bana. Wanakupea analysis. Umesikia hapo vile wanasema ati kuhusu kiongozi wangu Donald Trump ati Donald Trump anasema ati Putin amemsifu sana. Ati Putin said that we have really done a tremendous job. Hiyo ndio kitu imenichekesha. Wacha nikuwekee simulizi nyingine. Napendaka simulizi ya hawa vijana.
Put that link I gave you. The one you're asking for.
Hiyo hata niko nayo.
Yeah, put it because you're running away from it. You don't like the truth.
I am not running away from it. Nishaelewa nini unasema hapa.
No. You scandalized me in front of the audience. So
I'm not scandalizing you. Mbona uongee historia ya wale watu waliuawa? You are just speaking about this comment. Are you aware that this was a comment which was done after somebody
killed it? It's playing now. No. You say that.
No, you are. First of all, can you comment about people who died in that attack before? Unajua ndio shida yenu. You like condemning people without knowing that as well. Kuna watu kuna familia zimebaki bila wazazi. Can you first of all condemn wale watu wameuana?
Which attack? Which attack? No.
It was an attack.
Which attack?
Ili Trump aseme si ni watu walikuwa wameuawa.
Play this video.
Trump has attributed the recent wave of violent attacks in the US to the genetics of the people responsible. Trump's comment follows recent attacks at a university in Virginia and a synagogue in Michigan. Speaking during an interview to Fox, Trump called the assailants sick and demented people and blamed US immigration policy under his predecessor Joe Biden for letting them in. Father Trump added that the problem was genetic. Earlier this week, one person had died and 2 others were injured after a gunman opened fire at a university in Virginia. FBI Director Kash Patel said that the shooting will be investigated as an act of terrorism. Another attack took place in Michigan, where a car ramming attack took place at a temple. The suspect in that attack was a US citizen who had emigrated from Lebanon. This is not the first time that Trump has used language around genetics to praise or criticize others. In 2024, Trump had suggested that immigrants who become murderers have bad genes. And in 2021, he had accused immigrants in the US of poisoning the blood of US. Then President Joe Biden had accused Trump of parroting Adolf Hitler.
So do you agree with that? So do you agree with that?
Can you put that in mile kitu nataka? Can you
explain that put it in context
holistically?
Donald Trump is a racist.
He is talking about wale watu wanaua wengine.
No.
Kama unaua watu wengine, are you not having bad blood?
So we just say that all murderers are the way Trump described them as a genetic
No,
thing,
but if you're a murderer,
and not you.
if you're a murderer, you have bad genes. Why are you killing people if you don't have bad genes? A murderer?
You know, Donald Trump.
No, or Diambo, are you defending a murderer?
Donald Trump is a student of eugenics.
No, are you defending a murderer? So can you tell me how watu ambao walisema they have bad genes, were they good people in the society? Alienda akasema good thriving people, workers. Did Trump call workers, hardworking Americans, they have bad genes?
Because what he has done there.
No, nani aliitwa?
What he has done there is basically say that white people cannot do.
You see, you cannot even look at it. Huyu ni mtu aliua mtu. Huyu ni mtu aliua watu. You are focusing on that ameitwa bad gene.
Wacha kupigia makelele. Unajua kitu inaitwa eugenics. Eugenics.
Of course I know about eugenics, na eugenics sio Donald Trump ameleta.
What is eugenics? What is eugenics?
I will not explain to you. Why should I explain to you?
Because you don't know what eugenics is.
I don't know. I've been listening. I've been even listening to Welsing. Have you listened to that woman? Unajua, that is the woman.
Donald Trump is a high priest of eugenics, and he goes around saying that he has employed more black people than any other person in his hotel industry, whatever, blah blah blah, hospitality, bullshit. This man said that the immigrants who are coming, and it basically meant the black immigrants, they had a serious problem because of their genetical formula. And you're sitting there trying to defend this nonsense. You know what I've started thinking? You're a rabble rouser. You like a situation where what you're doing right now, you don't believe it, but you want people to be heightened and comment about it. That's fine, because that's what social media people do.
Yeah, on top of that, so these white people kill people all over the place. Oklahoma bombing, this suicide, even the white wanted to kill him. Are they genetic problem? You know, that's whatever he said. Trump is a disaster. He's a racist. That man should have not been given another 4 years. But guess what? His time is coming. He will be shut down come November. He's going to be the worst president ever. Look at even the pollings, like I said before, you guys before I left. I mean, I don't know why Nkiru keeps on just kissing this guy. You are just kissing just Matakombaya, bwana.
Ndio hata ninamuuliza hapa, na sitaki kusema ati Njiru ni mtu mjinga, lakini Njiru, what you're saying, it does not make sense. Yeah, the person has said,
hao watu waliambiwa wako na bad genes ni akina nani? Are they good working Americans?
No, Njiru, wacha nikwambie where we go along. So all these white people came from Europe. Are they bad gene? Yeah, so you are talking about some of the why it's just like, why do you bring here like it's as if we even don't have a lot of people here who are black people who have migrated from Africa coming to the US. And but in this country is an immigrant. Yes, that's why USA interior you are there. You know the law protects everybody. I just feel at home. Even I feel secure than Kenya, to tell the truth. Because here nobody's going to discriminate you. Everybody came from somewhere. But the law, nobody's above the law. Okay, people like Trump, because they have power, they can say what they want to say. If you support Trump, I'm not going to be just like, I mean, to be sincere with you, I think Trump is the one who has some genetic problem. Trump, even during his time when he was a teenager in New York City, it's discriminated against the blacks, Hispanic. We know that. I think Trump is the one who needs a mental checkup. He's a disaster. He keeps on using immigrants as one way of trying to scare people. He has done it, but now he cannot take it anywhere. Immigration has nothing to do with this. Now he's struggling. It's bad policies right now. Yeah, people are paying $5 gas a gallon. $5. And that's why he's pulling negative. People hate him. People hate Trump right now, even his own party. And that's why I like about the American people. They don't take nonsense from a person when you have been given an opportunity, then you just go there, you do what you want to do. Now, Trump is going to go history as one of the worst presidents ever to have ruled this country. And that's a fact.
Tunjiru umenyamaza sasa. You tell me, what is the impact of Trump's policies now in East Africa or in Africa as a whole? You're going to play another video now.
Trump will never
dunia
even come
itakuwa
down.
gizani.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you see, the problem is the people who are surrounding Trump, what they told him, what they tell him, there's these racist Republicans who think they can change everything. You cannot use immigration as one thing of right now. Tell me, yeah, exactly. He took things like in Africa. People used to have this USA aid. USA aid is most of people like with HIV positive, HIV and whatever AIDS. I don't know how they call it. So they used to go to get all this kind of some supplies from USA, a kind of makes cheaper. But now it's not there. Yeah. So because of him, I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some things he has done. Maybe you think that okay, he has done this one here, but most of the things is just like he's against a certain community, more especially the some African countries. To be sincere, I don't know. He has never been about Kenya because Kenya is kind of they use it as a puppet. To be sincere with you, is a puppet. They know that if they need somebody in East Africa or that region, Kenya is what they have to use. But the man has been really against. I mean, it's a disaster. Yeah, he is. What has he done? Just like he's going to war using Israel. This Iran thing. Why are you kissing the prime minister of Israel? Because you want to show them they are using Israel is attacking whatever. Oh, Israel is attacking Iran. That's not Israel. That's the United States using Israel, and Israel itself can never go to war. If it's, Trump, this man, I think his head should be checked. He's a disaster when it comes to. He doesn't know what he's doing right now. But you know what? We have the Congress. Everything's going to change. That's okay. But the impact is going to have in Africa is going to be very bad. Like now, like you said about gas. Even after this thing, some countries might be running out of fuel very soon. Just watch. It's going to happen.
Je, anasema and I know she is sure of what she's saying. Anasema places like California and Oregon wamekuwa wakinunua mafuta $5 to $6. So according to yeye anasema hakuna kitu imebadilika kwa gas.
Who said that, what do you mean? Even a couple of weeks I was my gas was $3.
In California? Anasema California wamekuwa wakinunua $5 to $6. I know in some Republican states hata watu wamekuwa wakinunua mafuta 2.7. Yeah. Je, anasema, and I'm double sure Je knows what she is saying or he is saying. Anasema gas in California is $5 to $6. Even before the strikes in anyway, that is perception. go to hii simulizi zingine. Si utawaita Israeli na waita Wayahudi. Shida yako ni no, tumesikia sasa kuna na nilikuwa nimesema hata kabla jamaa aseme kuna Wayahudi wengi sana Urusi. Ndio nilisema hivyo sababu na ndio nilianzia kusema hii wakati wa vita ya pili ya dunia, ile wakati Hitler anaua Wayahudi sana, wengine walienda Ukraine, wengine wako Urusi. So everybody is having a big share of Jews. America iko na big share of Jews. There are Jews in Russia, there are Jews in China, ndiko sijui kama wako. For the law informed and the propagandists, they think DJT went to Epstein Island only to find out the Democrats were Epstein clients at the island. Yeah, so hiyo ndio jibu yako. Unajua Njia is my advocate. So Njia anangojeanga mnanigonga, mkinigonga sana yeye ana respond. Yeye ndiye advocate. Mnafikirianga sina wakili hapa? Njia ni wakili yangu. Haya. Mkae mkijua so Njia atawakimbiza vibaya.
Zani haielewi nani ana silaha za nyuklia za kiasi gani. Na sisi wa Afrika kwa mujibu wa mkataba wa Perindaba wa mwaka 95, sisi tumezuiwa Afrika nzima, hakuna kutengeneza wala kununua wala kuhifadhi silaha ya nyuklia Afrika nzima.
Mwinuka bwana, kitu ambacho nimekiona yani mimi kwa upande wangu na hiki sasa ni mimi kwa mtazamo wangu, Iran amepewa kitu kinaitwa backup. Yani kuna ile ngoto unapigana na Mwinuka, alafu mimi najua Mwinuka ana nguvu, wewe ni mdogo kama sisimizi, mdogo kama piru, alafu Mwinuka ni mkubwa kama tembo, alafu wewe unasimama kwamba bwana mimi nitapambana. Sasa ukisema nitapambana kwa sababu tembo ameshakuja, yani ina maana kwamba kuna watu wamekwambia bwana ngoto, tuko nyuma yako. Wewe simama naye huyo tembo, tuko nyuma yako. Sasa kitu ambacho kinaniambia Iran ana backup, very strong backup, kwamba sasa nitamfundisha adabu Marekani. Na namna ya kumfunza adabu Marekani, kwa sababu Marekani kule ni mbali, mimi siwezi kufika. Hawa rafiki zake wanaomtumia nitawanyoosha. Yani kwa hiyo ndo maana Iran anawaadabisha mataifa yote ambayo yanamsapoti Marekani. Swali ambalo unauliza wakili msomi Mwinuka.
So I'm at this race in Miami and I see this guy near me who looks familiar. Then I'm at the Garden in New York at a basketball game and I see
Iran.
Na mwambie wa Kenya bwana waanzie kututengenezea content bwana. Ni vibaya sana tukitaka hii content ya kimataifa lazima tuende Tanzania.
Akiendelea kugombana na majirani zake, akaendelea kuwapiga mabomu. Vita itakapokwisha, Irani atakuwa mgeni wa nani? Sio kwamba atakuwa ametengeneza sasa maadui zaidi kuliko majirani wema.
Ni kweli. Hilo swali sini ya Mayala ni la msingi sana. Hayo ndo matokeo na ni madhara ya vita. Na ndio maana kwa mustakabali mwema wa maisha ya leo na baadaye ya kila mtu, si vyema sana kuingia kwenye vita. Kwa sababu vita huwa tunasema kuna maisha baada ya vita. Maisha baada ya vita huwa yanabeba makovu na maumivu makubwa ambayo yametokana na vita. Makovu na maumivu makubwa ambayo hayajapata kutokea Mashariki ya Kati ni hii vita. Kwa sababu sote tunafahamu kuna kipindi hizi nchi za Mashariki ya Kati ziliwahi kuingia kwenye 6 Day War na Israel miaka ya 70.
Vita siku sita tu. Na in fact
wao hiyo vita ilipiganiwa eneo la Israel huku na Gaza na Palestina. Kwa hiyo haikuwa imetapakaa kwenye haya mataifa moja kwa moja. Walituma vikosi vikaenda basi Israeli wakashinda, ikawa ndo Israeli wakaseize control ya Gaza pamoja na maeneo mengine haya kama West Bank ambao wameendelea kuichukua kidogo kidogo. Kwa hiyo kimsingi ni kweli mahusiano baina ya Irani kwa mtazamo wangu na marafiki zake wa Mashariki ya Kati hayatakuwa yale yale. Lakini kitu kimoja ambacho nimekiona ni kizuri, hizi nchi zimejizuia kufukuza mabalozi wa Irani kwenye nchi zao. kuna namna fulani wamejirestrain, wamejidhibiti, kwa sababu katika hali ya jazba na kuona sasa sisi hapa airport zetu zinashambuliwa, mahoteli yetu, na Irani wanafanya hivyo symbolically. Ukiona hoteli fulani imeshambuliwa, ndio maana nimesema information is power. Wana taarifa gani kuhusiana na hiyo hoteli? Wewe unaiona iko Dubai, mmiliki mwenye share nyingi ni nani? Kwanza kukuta mmiliki mwenye share nyingi wanafahamu huyu ni raia wa nchi fulani ambaye ni adui yetu. Kwa tukipiga hapo tukipiga kwenye hiyo
kama ile Burj
Khalifa,
maana yake pain wataisikia na wataelewa kwa nini tumepiga pale.
Kwa pia hawapigi tu mradi, wanapiga yani kimkakati kabisa.
Yani kwa mazingira ya sasa ukisema wanapiga ovyo ovyo style hiyo mimi sikubaliani nayo. Ila kwenye mashambulizi yanavyofanyika kuna interceptions. Kwa hiyo hata hawa nchi hizi nazo wanajilinda, wanalipua pia makombora yale, wana intercept. Sasa kwenye interception mlipuko unapotokea, manake kombora likilipuka, kwa maana ya sheria za gravity, nguvu ya mvutano, sheria iko wazi, vitu vinashuka chini, haviendi juu. Kwa hiyo sasa zile debris, yale mabaki ambayo mengine yana moto na ni makubwa, sio madogo, sababu makombora yale mtu unaweza ukafikiri ni madogo ni makubwa kweli kweli, na yana vyuma, yana nini, na unakuta linavyoshuka linashuka likiwa linawaka moto. Kwa hiyo litakapoanguka, maana yake ni kwamba litakayemwangukia sasa hapo hatujui. Litaanguka kwenye nyumba ya nani? Hatujui. Jana tumeona wale ndugu zetu waliotoka Dubai jana waliofaulishwa. Mmoja akasema, nilikuwa hoteli nimeshuhudia dereva wa taxi limeanguka kombora limemlipua pale pale. Wazi. Ameongea msee mmoja mpaka akawa anatoa machozi. Nafikiri ni vitu hawajawahi watu kuvitazamia. Kwa hiyo kwenye TV. Kwa hiyo Mashariki ya Kati imechafuka, lakini pia usalama na stability ya Mashariki ya Kati umewekwa kwenye kiulizo, kwa sababu wawekezaji wengi walikuwa wameipageuza Mashariki ya Kati kama kitu tunaita safe haven. Ni eneo salama la kuwekeza fedha, kununua mali na kufanya biashara kubwa ya kimataifa. Swali la msingi, je, mtazamo wa wawekezaji wakubwa wa kimataifa wenye majumba yao ambao wamekuwa wakienda kuishi pia Dubai kwa nyakati mbalimbali, bado utakuwa ni ule ule? Hapana. Kama sio ule ule, hizi nchi kwa sehemu zinamlaumu Marekani kwa sababu zimemuonya, na mpaka sasa hivi kuna baadhi ya wafanyabiashara kwa mfano mfanyabiashara mmoja mkubwa sana wa Saudi Arabia ameishutumu serikali ya Marekani kwamba nyinyi mmetuchuza sisi, baadaye mmekimbia mnaenda kuilinda Israeli, sisi mmetuacha tunapigwa tu, na nyinyi tuliwaambia msianzishe vita na Iran. Na ni kweli nchi za Mashariki ya Kati mara kadhaa, walau kwenye media tumeshuhudia, nyuma ya pazia hatujui, walikuwa wakisikika wakihamasisha Marekani na Israeli wasi-escalate, wasianzishe vita na Irani, kwa sababu madhara yatatapakaa kwenye eneo lote lile na maslahi yao yataharibika. Sasa swali hilo hilo mzee wangu Mayala hapa ni kwamba mahusiano kati ya Irani na nchi za Kiarabu yatabadilika. Pia mahusiano kati ya nchi za Kiarabu na Marekani na Israeli hayatakuwa yale yale tena. Kuna uwezekano Marekani akakosa confidence ya kukaa mezani na kuwaambia nitawalinda, hakuna mtu atawagusa. Hiyo confidence tena haipo. Kwa sababu ukisema hivyo watakuwa na kuonyesha kambi ile unaiona pale ni majivu. Unaona jengo letu lile limepigwa. Watu wetu baadhi wamekufa. Sasa
mahusiano hayawezi kuwa yale yale. Hayawezi
kwa pande zote. Kwa sababu wewe ulituaminisha, umetuwekea kitu kinaitwa the American Security Umbrella, mwamvuli wa ulinzi wa Kimarekani, ambao una ma defense system, masilaha, madege na kambi. Sasa umeweka kambi hapa, kuna wanajeshi wa kutosha, kuna mifumo ya ulinzi advanced zaidi duniani iko hapa, kuna rada za ulinzi advanced ziko hapa, tumepigwa. Unatoa wapi audacity ya kutuambia una uwezo wa kutulinda? Maana yake hapa tunatakiwa security architecture ya Middle East iangalie uhalisia wa hiki kilichotokea, ambacho kitabadilisha mtazamo wa awali na kuleta mtazamo mpya. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri na jana nimemsikia rais wa Kamisheni ya Ulaya Ursula akizungumza, yule mama anasema kwamba the world based order, the rules based order ya dunia hii, dunia yenye sheria na taratibu, imeondoka, imeshakufa. haipo. Kwa hiyo bara la Ulaya linatakiwa liangalie namna ya kulinda maslahi yake kwa namna wao watakavyoona inawezekana. Sijui tunaelewa dunia ilipofikia. Yaani mikataba ya kimataifa, UN Charter, maazimio yote ya Umoja wa Mataifa kuhusiana na silaha, amani, nyuklia, mahusiano ya mataifa yote yako chini
yamebaki kwenye makaratasi.
Kwa hiyo sasa hivi tunapozungumza, kila nchi ina define namna ya kusurvive kwenye dunia isiyoheshimu sheria, taratibu na tamaduni za kimataifa ambazo zimejengeka kwa muda mrefu toka vita ya kwanza ya dunia ambapo Umoja wa Mataifa ulianzishwa, na mikataba mingi ya kimataifa ya kuzuia proliferation ya nyuklia, ya kuzuia utengenezaji wa silaha hizo, ya kuzuia silaha za maangamizi. Kwa mfano, kuna mkataba uliingiwa unaitwa ni wa kuprevent kitu kinaitwa cluster bombs. Cluster bombs ni kombora ambalo linarushwa alafu ndani yake lina vijibomu vidogo vidogo vingi vinatapakaa. Sasa Iran, Marekani pamoja na Israel hawajasaini huo mkataba. Juzi Iran ametumia hilo kombora ambalo ndani yake lina vijikombora vidogo vidogo 80 ambavyo ni cluster bomb. Cluster bombs, kwa nini dunia inazizuia? Kwa sababu shida ya cluster bombs huwa zinaruka hovyo hovyo, na zile silaha za Irani, vile vikombora vidogo 80 ambavyo vinalipuka ndani ya kombora moja, vina uwezo kimoja, kina uwezo wa kutembea kilomita 5 kutoka pale ambapo mlipuko umetokea, ile radius. Kwa hiyo ukiangalia kitu kikienda kilomita 5 hovyo hovyo, kinaenda kwa nani? Kwa sababu kwenye vita ni lazima uattack military target. Sasa kitu kinachoruka makombora 5 km ambacho ndani yake kuna zaidi ya item 80, unawezaje wa kusema kita attack military object? Ni ngumu. Israeli wakalalamika mara moja kwamba Irani wanatumia silaha ambazo zimekatazwa na ni war crime. Lakini Irani nao wanasema wewe unayoyafanya Gaza ni nini? Kwa hiyo unaweza ukaona dunia ilipofikia kutakuwa na proliferation kubwa ya utengenezaji wa silaha. Yaani maana yake kasi ya kutengeneza silaha za nyuklia inakuja kwa kasi kubwa. Na tayari Ufaransa wameshatangaza wataanza kutengeneza silaha nyingi kuliko walizonazo. Sasa hivi stockpile yao ina zaidi ya silaha 300. Wanataka watengeneze nyingi na wamesema hatutatangaza tumetengeneza ziko ngapi. Ina maana sasa hivi tunafahamu mwenye nyingi ni Urusi, anafuatia Marekani, anafuatia China. Tunakoelekea hiyo taarifa itakuwa hakuna. Kwa hiyo dunia itakuwa gizani, haielewi nani ana silaha za nyuklia za kiasi gani. Na sisi wa Afrika kwa mujibu wa mkataba wa Perindaba wa mwaka 95, sisi tumezuiwa Afrika nzima, hakuna kutengeneza wala kununua wala kuhifadhi silaha ya nyuklia Afrika nzima. Sasa je, Afrika na yenyewe itaendelea kukaa kwamba wenzetu wanajitengenezea tu wanavyotaka, hakuna anayewagusa? Sisi Afrika tusiruhusu na wala tusiwe nazo. Dunia inaelekea kwenye uelekeo, tunasema we are heading into the unknown. Yani tunaenda kwenye eneo ambalo halieleweki mwisho wake ni nini, ni kiza kinene. Na tutarudi vipi kwenye world based order ile ambayo ilikuwa tunaheshimiana na kuna vitu hatufanyi. Mpaka Trump amalize miaka yake 4 hiyo, na wana mpango wa kutaka kumuongezea. Sijui, sababu Trump anahusudu sana maisha ya Xi Jinping, anahusudu Putin, anahusudu Kim Jong Un. Kwamba yani ile kwamba ni utawala ambao mtu yupo kwenye madaraka haelewi atatoka lini. Na yeye anahusudu. Sasa hatujui kama anaweza wakafanya majaribio ya kutaka kubadilisha mfumo aendelee kuwa ni rais. Pia atakuja rais gani kwa kipindi kitakachofuatia Marekani. Lakini hata atakaye kuja, kuna mtu mmoja alitania, alisema rais mpya wa Marekani akija atakuwa na kazi ya kuomba msamaha miaka 4.
Wa simulizi ya kali sana kutoka pale Tanzania. Ninapo je ameandika zaidi. So je, listen to this video. For those people who support our disgraceful guys, musikie waliambia. Hii wiki ama ni wiki iliyopita tumekuwa tukizika Jesse Jackson. So wacha tusikilize hii speech ya mazishi ya Jesse Jackson. Alafu na sasa nafikia mwisho, karibu tamati ya kipindi chetu siku ya leo. I was explicitly focusing on American issues there.
For several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson. He maintained a tense relationship with the political order, not because the presidents were white or black, but the demands of our message, the demands of speaking for the least of these, those who were disinherited, the damned, the dispossessed, the disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent, prophetic voice. Do not bring your politics out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson and the life that he lived to these homegoing services. Come respectful and come to say thank you. But these homegoing services are welcome to all, Democrat, Republican, liberal, and conservative, right wing, left wing, because his life is broad enough to cover the full spectrum of what it means to be an American.
We are living in a time when it can be hard to hope. Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions. Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. An offense to common decency. Every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength. We see science and expertise denigrated, while ignorance and dishonesty and cruelty and corruption are reaping untold rewards. Every single day we see that, and it's hard to hope.
We're in a tough spot, folks. We got an administration that doesn't share any of the values that we have. And I don't think I'm exaggerating a little bit. So he knew who we were at our best, and he simply refused to let us off the hook as a party, as a nation, or as individuals. And time and again, through triumph and turmoil, with relentless insistence on what is right and just, he helped lead us closer fulfilling our nation's promise of restoring the nation's soul. He used his gifts to influence generations of Americans, and countless elected officials, including presidents, as you see here today. And though through his impassioned words on the campaign trail and through moments of quiet courage, Jesse changed history in ways numerous and profound.
You know, so let me just say, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now. I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming. But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now to help us get through this.
Now, scientists have long speculated about the idea of parallel universes. That is, the idea that there are an infinite number of timelines running alongside ours in other dimensions, but where things have worked out a little differently. And this week, I wanted to give you a peek into one of those alternate universes, where not only did Joe Biden not step aside to let Kamala Harris crash and burn, but one where Biden won and stayed on the public stage.
If I told you all earlier, when I was a kid, I had a cleft palate or a club foot, none of you would have laughed. But it's okay to laugh at stuttering. I'm not being critical of you, but think about it. It's the one place where people think you're stupid. Oh, really? I'm a hell of a lot smarter than most of you.
Yes, that's right. Old Sleepy Joe is back, this time making an appearance at the funeral of civil rights leader, former presidential candidate, and turned corporate shakedown artist, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. And yes, it did look like he was telling a largely black audience that he was smarter than them. Okay. Now, while at the funeral, Biden also made a weird sort of appeal to, I don't know what to call this, some kind of Pan-African racial solidarity.
By the way, you know, the continent of Africa is going to be the largest continent in the world in terms of population by the year 2050, the largest in the entire world. Watch, man. Watch.
Watch, man. Watch. I was just so sorry that there wasn't a tribute to Corn Pop in there. But anyway, Biden was there summing up what I miss most about the Democrats being in power. And that was, of course, how all talk about race disappeared because everybody came together in the spirit of healing. And speaking of being totally healing and not at all divisive, another former president, Barack Obama, also showed up.
Every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength.
Oh, turn it off. I've seen enough. But it does bring back so many great memories of how Barack Obama basically led to Donald Trump because he spent his whole administration calling half of the country awful. Anyway, I'm also glad for that clip because it acts as a bit of a, I guess you could say, welfare check-in, proof of life for Barack Obama, who is right now watching the signature dream of his foreign policy agenda, a nuclear deal with Iran that involves sending Iran billions of dollars in exchange for putting off their acquisition of a nuclear weapon. Well, that dream is right now quite literally being pounded into rubble. I wonder how things are going in Barak's alternative universe. Meanwhile, back in this universe, our shared timeline of reality, well, the left really is on another planet. One where they keep getting dragged further and further to the left by their radical extreme base that hates the West, hates America, hates Israel, and is completely out of step with our shared timeline of reality. Why, just in New York City this week, the wife of radical left Muslim Mayor Zohrab Mamdani got in, let's just say, a spot of trouble when it was revealed she had liked Instagram posts celebrating October 7 attacks, including one showing Palestinians celebrating on a captured IDF vehicle on the day. Charming. Now, Mamdani, of course, waved off questions about this at a press conference, saying that, well, his wife's a private citizen, and notably, he refused to say that what she did was wrong.
You know, my wife is the love of my life, and she's also a private person who has held no formal position on my campaign or in my city hall. I, however, was elected to represent all 8.5 million people in this city, and I believe that it's my responsibility, because of that role, to answer any questions about my thoughts and my policies and my decisions.
Yeah, I think we all know who wears the hijab in that relationship, if you know what I mean. But Democrats really do live in an alternate universe. But that's nothing compared to this. Because apparently, this is something that we've just found out, and thank God we've got Trump in there and his people doing the digging. We've just found out, and how is this for an alternate universe? Under the Biden administration, there was an effort to make maps, you know, maps like with roads and stuff on them, make maps more gay. This came out in congressional testimony Friday when State Department Undersecretary for Public Affairs and Public Diplomacy, Sarah Rogers, blew the whistle on this in what I can only say is a hilariously deadpan style.
Can you tell me what is queering the map?
So I think we were trying to make the maps more gay.
Literally? That's,
Well,
how do you
don't
make a map
know.
more gay?
I mean, especially
Or
with
gay
AI,
at all?
you know, since the age of cartography, we've had pretty good maps, but maybe they weren't gay enough. So I know also, I took critical theory in college. I think sometimes people use queer as a verb. I do understand that the maps that we were trying to make gay were, I think, of Czechia and Slovakia. So maybe those countries asked for it. I doubt it, but I don't know.
Gay maps. Who knew? Thank you, Biden administration, for that. Well, anyway, it's fun to see how close we came to keeping the left's alternate universe going. But frankly, for me, this remains the greatest timeline.
zinaitwa game ups. Noma sana. Wacha muone Trump na Jesse Jackson. This is a time when they really loved Trump. This is the time. This time I think Trump was a Democrat. Listen to your racist.
That's my friend with the other wing.
And I don't know where is LA should be listening to such a thing. LA, kuja usikiliza hii uniambia sasa, Mr. Trump, who you have been calling the racist, he was already associating with these black people in 80s and 70s.
You know, one of the things that we heard this choir for education, to build that bridge and to make a greater commitment to cover and make insurance coverage available. Roger's point about even the field, a report came out yesterday, an advertising report commissioned by the FCC. There'll be a conference that's coming Monday in New York, led by Pepper Sutton from NABOB, led by Reverend Sharpton, and a group of multiracial, multicultural broadcasters. It's entitled When Number One Is Not Enough. When the station with number one get number 16 in revenues, number 2 gets 18 in revenues, when number one is not enough. And that's his point about this chrysanthemum. How you pronounce that? Chrysanthemum in the summer. the point is that this week the Jets played Denver. And if the Jets beat Denver and Denver goes to the Super Bowl, that would be illegitimate. Be something missing about that. And we experience over and over again the winner going home and the loser going to the Super Bowl. And that's what Chris Andam is about. Thank you for that, Roger Ailes. I now want to bring forth a friend who has, well, he is deceptive in that his social style is of such. One can miss his seriousness and his commitment for their success is beyond argument. When we opened this Wall Street project and we talked about it, he gave us space at 40 Wall Street, which was to make a statement about our having a presence there. And beyond that, in terms of reaching out and being inclusive, he's done that too. And created for many people a comfort zone when I ran for the presidency in 84 and 88. And many others thought it was either laughable or something to avoid. He came to our business meeting here in New York because he has this sense of the curious and a will to risk to make things better. And so aside from all of his style and his pizzazz, he's a serious person who is an effective builder of building with a builder of people. Last year, he was a part of our workshop, of our panel workshop on what are the challenges and opportunities. And so this, a year later, Donald Trump, for a few minutes, challenges and opportunities to embrace the underserved communities. Donald Trump.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Well, it is an honor to be here, and I was with Jesse last year, and we had a lot of fun, and it was a little different. We had a real panel where you asked questions. And
Sijui kama mumesikia hiyo introduction ya Jesse Jackson to Donald Trump. Najua hapo, this was not something which
and his pizzazz, he's a serious person who is an effective builder of building with a builder of people. Last year, he was a part of our workshop, of our panel workshop on what are the challenges and opportunities. And so this, a year later, Donald Trump, for a few minutes, challenges and opportunities to embrace the underserved communities. Donald Trump.
To embrace the underserved communities. Eli, where are you, bana? Eli, where are you, bana? Wewe tu unasikiliza tu speech za watu wameua wengine, alafu unasema you are not talking about the crime which was committed. He has said bad genes, bad genes. Kwani muuaji sio bad genes? Muuaji ni bad genes bana. Hata Ruto ni bad genes.
well, it is an honor to be here, and I was with Jesse last year, and we had a lot of fun, and it was a little different. We had a real panel where you asked questions and everything, and we didn't do so much speaking, so I'm going to get off here very quickly because I want to hear some questions. Jesse started off by saying most of the wealth in this country is in the hands of a few. And I thought to myself, is that a bad thing? What's wrong with that, Jesse? But he did have an expression last year. And I was just telling Roger, he had an expression last year, the wall on wall must fall. And you haven't used it today, and I'm very disappointed in this, Jesse, because I thought it was a great expression. And I heard the expression about 14 times, and then he came to me at the end of the session, and he said, listen, I want some office space in your building on Wall Street, because the wall on wall will fall. And I said, it's okay, Jesse, I'll make a good deal with you. I'll get you some space. You'll pay about $40 a foot. And he said, no, I don't want to pay 40. I said, how about 30? No. was the cheapest deal I ever made in the history of 40 Wall Street. Is that right? He got it for nothing. He's a very tough negotiator. We know that, right? Nah, he's a terrific guy. We love him, and I'm here for him. And the snow came, and I said, gee, nobody's going to show up, and look at this place. It's packed. I do want to say a couple of things. First of all, where's Percy? Oh, okay. I thought you left, Percy. That would have been terrible. I get up and you leave. I would have been insulted. But, you know, he's been a special friend of mine for 25 years, for a long time. And Percy was the borough president of Manhattan when I was really starting out. And he helped me so much on the Commodore Hotel, which you mentioned before, which became the Grand Hyatt, and so many other things. And he is really, and I listened to him speak, and I said to Roger and Roy, listen to those tones, listen to that voice. Have you heard that before, by the way? What a beautiful tone, and what a beautiful man. And we love him. You really were a big help to me right at the beginning, and I really appreciate it. And you've done some great jobs. So I just want to sort of acknowledge that. Now, another couple, I'm sitting here with this man, Roy. If you want to borrow money, but with him, you have to pay it back. That's the best. But if you want to borrow money on Wall Street, you go see Roy, because there's nobody like him at Goldman Sachs. And if you do want to run for president, you see this guy, you're 3-0. And when he left Bush, you know what happened to Bush's last campaign, folks? It wasn't very pretty. And now we have President Clinton, who's coming tonight. And I guess you like President Clinton very much, right, Jesse? Huh? Stand up and say it, Jesse. Well, I just say a few words. I mean, Wall Street and New York City and this whole region is doing unbelievably well. I'm building a job on the West Side, which is the largest job ever approved by the New York City Planning Commission. You see it going up along the West Side Highway. It's almost 10 million square feet. It's 18 buildings, and it's really going to be something. We're building a building that you probably heard of recently. It's the tallest residential tower anywhere in the world. It's 90 stories. People aren't happy about the fact that I'm building a 90-story building in New York City, but it's an as-of-right. It's called an as-of-right building, meaning you can do it by zoning, and it's going to be truly magnificent, right directly across from the United Nations. We just bought the General Motors building. We just completed Trump International Hotel and Tower, which just yesterday got the Mobile 5-star award. Only 4 in the country got it for its whatever it is, and it's been a tremendous success. We're doing a lot of other things, and I will tell you, a large percentage of the people, and especially in construction, that are building these great jobs are Black and minorities, and I'm very proud of it. We have close to 25%, and I think the number's going up, and they do a great job. There are no better builders than we have in New York, and a big percentage of that is Black and minority folks. So I just want to thank everybody in the room for being here. I look forward to some questions. And then I don't know how we're ever going to leave this building today, because if you look outside, it is terrible. But we'll figure a way. There's always a way. And thank you, Jesse, and congratulations.
And with all of that wealth.
That time Trump is addressing minority, and everybody has suddenly forgotten. It's all about sijui nini, what. I think human beings are terrible.
Trump wants a free ticket to the fair tonight.
Freebie.
The question remains over and over again.
Wow. That is Donald. Unajua wale watu ambao wananiuliza, why do I like this guy?
The United States will do it for nothing. I mean, it's crazy. So
grandiose and controversial builder. When he disagrees with a matter of policy, he does it in a big way. Today, he sunk $95,000 into a full-page newspaper ad appearing in many papers criticizing the administration's foreign policy. Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency. Could the Manhattan magnate be eyeing the White House, or is he just calling a bluff? Are you a Republican, Donald?
I'm a Republican, yes.
So if there were politics, it would be as a Republican.
It would be, I guess, as a Republican, but I don't see that there will be politics.
Why the ad, then? I mean, you said you wanted to say it. There's a lot of ways you can say things. I guess an ad is one way. You could have called up shows like this who would have been trying to have you come on. Why now?
Well, it was very easy. I was tired, and I think a lot of people are tired of watching other countries ripping off the United States. This is a great country. They laugh at us. Behind our backs, they laugh at us because of our own stupidity. And the leaders, I mean, what we have a Persian Gulf situation. You saw what happened today. Billions and billions of dollars are being spent on getting oil for Japan, and they're not paying anything for it. Essentially, they're paying nothing for it. We have tankers going back and forth that our men are protecting, losing their lives. I mean, they're losing their lives, Larry. We're spending billions and billions on protection, and those tankers are going over to Japan. It's just preposterous. I watched the Kuwaiti oil minister the other day laughing as he was explaining how much money they intend to make with the Bridgeton, which has been a total disaster, the Bridgeton. And I said to myself, isn't that a shame? He's talking about how much money they're going to make, and here we are. He's smiling and laughing. Why don't we get some of it? Why is it that we're protecting? We have frogmen, we have helicopters, we have aircraft carriers, and all sorts of ships all over the Persian Gulf, so that this man and his little group can make a lot of money. I think it's ridiculous.
Well, one of the reasons we say we're doing it is because we've been doing it, that all previous presidents have endorsed doing it. I guess the kind of thinking of an entrepreneur is because somebody else said it was right doesn't make it right, right?
Larry, the country is losing $200 billion a year. $200 billion. This country cannot continue to lose $200 billion. Japan is one of the wealthiest machines ever created. Saudi Arabia, and it's not, hey, let me tell you, I'm a big beneficiary of Japan. They buy my apartments in spades. They're fine people, but they're laughing to themselves as to what's happening over here. We're not kidding ourselves. They're laughing to themselves, Larry, as to what's happening with this country.
But Donald, a lot of people feel the way you feel, and a lot of people maybe with as much money, or certainly some people with as much money feel the way you feel. Why did you go public?
Because somebody had to, Larry. I watch it again, and it's a very important point. Japan is a money machine. Saudi Arabia is a money machine. Kuwait, these are money machines, the greatest ever created. The United States is, if it were a corporation, it would be bankrupt. It's losing $200 billion a year. For years now, it's been losing that. What right do we have to go out and defend? Why aren't these countries, these wealthy money machines, paying us for the defense of their freedom and their nations? Why aren't they paying us?
We are kind of the world's keeper, are we not?
I don't believe we should be. I think Japan should certainly make a contribution. Japan is one of the reasons they're so successful is they don't have to worry about defense, because why should they worry about defense when the United States will do it for nothing? I mean, it's crazy. Saudi Arabia, I mean, you saw what happened with Saudi Arabia. We're going through the Gulf. We have old-fashioned, obsolete minesweepers. We ask Saudi Arabia for the use of their minesweepers, which are the best made, the most modern, the best, and they say no. Who are they to tell us no? We're not going to give you our minesweepers. It's ridiculous. They're only there for the sake of us as far as that's concerned. We are protective of Saudi Arabia. They should pay for that.
Are we going to be hearing more from Mr. Trump on issues like this as we go along?
I really don't know, Larry. This is an issue that's been bothering me. It's been bothering a lot of people that I know. And I think it's an issue that had to be brought out to the fore. The concept of America financing and paying and losing lives for countries that won't even allow us to use their ships. And these are the countries that in 24 hours, they'd be wiped off the face of the earth if it weren't for America. It's ridiculous.
By the way, a couple of other things, then we'll take some calls for Donald Trump. Is it true that you're going to go to New Hampshire in October at the invitation of Mike Dunbar, who's heading a group called Draft Donald Trump?
Well, I was asked about 3 or 4 weeks ago whether or not, by a very good friend of mine, whether or not I'd go to New Hampshire. That's turned out to be now a much bigger deal than I had ever anticipated. And perhaps, I don't know, I am going. I made the commitment to go. I made the commitment about 3 weeks ago, and I will go, yes.
You will go, even though you realize now, in just stepping foot in that state, people are going to presume things.
Well, they can presume whatever they want. I have no intention of running for president, but I'd like the point to get across that we have a great country, but it's not going to be great for long if we're going to continue to lose $200 billion a year. You're going to get into the early 90s, 1990, 1991, and the whole thing's going to blow because this country cannot continue to support Japan and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and many other countries that are much wealthier than we are. We're not a wealthy country. You can't be a wealthy country when you're losing the kind of money that we're losing.
We're a debtor country. A couple of other things, then we'll break and take some calls. Don, why don't, there are some who said this, why don't people like you, you and people like you, build low-income, medium-income housing?
Well, as far as building housing is concerned and low-income housing, I've built a lot of it. I haven't recently, but I've built a lot of it. I built senior citizens housing and beautiful, beautiful housing. I built low-income housing, and I'm very proud of it. The policies of the government right now just don't allow it, because really what's happened by the tax incentives that were taken away and by the lack of federal programs. You used to have federal programs, you don't have them anymore. And it really doesn't allow it to be done on any economic basis. And it's a pretty rough situation. I mean, you just don't have subsidized housing, low income, moderate income housing, and it's a really big problem.
And if they did, you would do it?
I would absolutely love to do it. I'd be honored to do it. I used to do it. I mean, people think of me in terms of Trump Tower and all the other jobs. I'm just as proud. I mean, you folks don't talk about it because maybe it's not as interesting to some people. I am, frankly, just as proud of all the low income and the senior citizen housing I've built.
Well, so far, it's the only buildings I've asked about.
Yes.
Casinos, you're very big in Atlantic City. You're going to Vegas?
Well, I don't think so. I'm not looking to go to Las Vegas. I have stock in companies that are in Las Vegas, and I'm not particularly looking to do it. We've done a great job in Atlantic City. I'm very proud of the results. We have just about the best casinos, I think, anywhere in the world as far as that's concerned, hotel casinos. And we're very proud of it, and that's really pretty much where I want to be.
What's the drive, Donald, that you don't have to do this anymore, that keeps you wanting to build more and more?
Well, it's a creative process. I enjoy the creative process. I like building things. I like building beautiful buildings. I like doing other things. I've been doing a lot of other things. It's a creative process, Larry, and it really gives you something to do with your life, and it's something that you can feel fulfilled and proud of when you're finished, if you do a good job.
Do you want a break because of what you do? In other words, are you saying to New York and other places, I'll come in and do this, please give me what you will not give someone else?
No, I'm not looking for breaks. I think I probably would have a harder time getting breaks. I mean, you talk about Ed Koch. The man tried to fight me on so many different things, and he's failed. In each case, he's failed, and that's nice. I like beating it. I really get a charge out of beating Ed Koch. And you know, it's just one of those things. But he's fought me on a lot of different things. He's consistently fought me, and he's consistently lost.
No, you don't want more or less than anyone else would get.
I don't want more or less than anybody else, no.
Donald Trump is our guest. He spoke out quite vociferously today in the New York Times and other papers in a major statement on American foreign policy. He's the noted, of course, builder, and we're going to take your phone calls for Donald Trump. Our guest, the famed developer, Donald Trump of New York. We're ready to go to your phone calls. Redlands, California. Hello.
Hello, sir. Comment and a couple of quick questions. I think it would be really a big mistake for the United States to attempt to tax its allies for protection, because that would demote them to the role of a client state of the United States. And secondly, I think it'd also be pretty unconstitutional, because the Congress has the authority to raise armies and support them with taxes for the defense of the United States, not to be hired out as a mercenary force.
All right, Donald.
Well, number one, it wouldn't at all be unconstitutional. And number two, if you're talking about taxing, I'm not talking about taxing. I think that people should make a contribution, and a major contribution, other countries, to this country for what we're doing to keep their freedom and to keep them free and to allow them to be free. And would you rather have that, or would you rather see this country to go totally bust in another couple of years, because this country cannot afford to defend Japan and every other country in the world? It just cannot afford it.
It wouldn't be a tax. It would be more a payment in kind, like for landing space at airports, right?
It would be, you could call it anything you want.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I don't care what it's called, but I think that Japan and all of these other countries should certainly pay. They can well afford to pay.
Donald Trump's our guest. This is Larry King Live. We go to Toronto. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Larry. My question for Mr. Trump, it's a two-part question relating to international trade. Is the solution to the American trade deficit to restrict trade through protectionist policies, or to train American business to be more aggressive and entrepreneurial? And I'd also like to know if Mr. Trump would support a Canadian-U.S. free trade agreement.
Well, I think, just to answer your first part, I believe it's very important that you have free trade. But we don't have free trade right now, because if you want to go to Japan, or if you want to go to Saudi Arabia or various other countries, it's virtually impossible for an American to do business in those countries. Virtually impossible. And I have many friends, they go over to Japan. They can't open up anything. They need approvals. They need this, that. In the meantime, Japan comes over to this country. They're buying up Wall Street. They're buying up all of Manhattan's real estate. They're buying, which is fine as far as I'm concerned, because they're paying premium prices that put people like myself in a very good position if I ever want to sell something. So the fact is that you don't have free trade. We think of it as free trade, but you right now don't have free trade. And I support anything having to do with Canada, because I think they've been one hell of a good ally.
Do you do any business in Canada?
I do a little bit of business with Canada, and the Canadian people are wonderful people, and they're with us 100%, as opposed to many other people in the world. We support so many countries that, I mean, you walk out on the airport and they say, Yankee, go home. They have signs all over, Yankee, go home, and we're giving billions. We don't give anything to our farmers. Our farmers are dying. There's no question about it. Farms that were in for generations and families, they're being taken away. The homeless are all over the streets of the major cities, the sick and the problems. And yet we'll give billions of dollars in defending countries that have 5 times more money than we can ever hope to have. It's ridiculous.
By the way, if you put up one of your properties for sale, let's say Trump Tower, would the Japanese be at the head of the line bidding for it?
It would be very tough to compete with them or some other countries, some other European countries right now because of what's happening with the dollar and the yen and the mark and the various other currencies. But the Japanese are at the forefront, and it's very, very tough to compete with them in terms of the purchase of anything in this country that's prime.
Middletown, New York, for Donald Trump. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Trump. Knowing that you have differences with Mayor Koch in New York, would you be interested in a mayoral race against him?
No, I don't want to run for the mayor of the city of New York. Being mayor of New York is certainly not an easy job, but it's a job that's very possible to be done correctly. We have a man who's not a competent mayor. I think most people that live in New York know that. He's been bad for the city. He's losing a lot of business in the city, and he shouldn't be. And he's really been a pretty big disaster. And I think that probably over the next period of time, something's going to come out where he will not be the mayor of the city of New York, hopefully much longer.
Should the mayor of the city be someone who knows business?
Well, what we need is competence. We don't have that. We have a one-line artist. That's all he is. And, you know, he's got sort of one-liners that are okay but not great. And that's all he's got going, and it's a problem. It's a problem because we have the greatest city in the world. It's an incredible, incredible city, and I'm proud of the city. And I hate to see the job that he's done because it's really been pathetic.
You have said you have offered to build a huge metropolis on the west side. NBC, apparently, officials at NBC told me a couple of years ago that that's where they'd like to move. And now there are rumors that NBC may leave 30 Rock and go to New Jersey. But I had a top NBC official tell me he wanted to move to your plan on the west side. Where is that now?
Well, I think we have a real good chance. You know, again, no thanks to Ed Koch, but I think we have a real good chance of getting NBC to stay in New York, and we're fighting very hard for it. We have a very, very good shot, and I anticipate that they'll be making the decision over the next 4 or 5 weeks, and it'll be a very, very big decision, very important to the future of New York City.
Lowell, Massachusetts, for Donald Trump. Hello.
Yes, hello, Larry. Donald, first of all, I want to commend your stand in regards to that other nations should take part in the expense of helping the Persian Gulf. But my question to you is the following. You are a very wealthy man and have many contacts. Why can't you do more for the hungry and the homeless in New York?
Well, I think it's a very good question, and I'd like to. The problem that you have, and you have a major problem, the problem that you have is it's such a big, big dilemma. You really need federal government assistance, not even city government. The city governments have to be competent, capable, etc. But you really need the federal government to step in. That's why it bothers me so much that when we give this kind of money to the wealthiest countries in the world, and yet for our own people, the homeless, the sick, the poor, the farmers who are really going through hell right now, those people we're not helping. And why should we? I think it's ridiculous. And this country shouldn't be raising taxes. We're to be lowering taxes. We should have a surplus, not a deficit, because the kind of money that I'm talking about, and you can call them, as the gentleman before said, you can call it a tax, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but those countries should be paying us major billions of dollars, and you won't have any deficits whatsoever, and then we'll be able to help the poor and the sick and the homeless and the farmers and everybody else.
Donald, what were you hearing today after that ad appeared? What were people telling you? I imagine you got tons of calls.
It was unbelievable, to be perfectly honest. I put the ad in thinking maybe a couple of politicians would see it, and maybe they'd say, hey, you know what? That happens to be a great idea, and he happens to be right. We've gotten thousands of phone calls. We've gotten tremendous support. I've never seen anything like it. I have literally never dreamt that this kind of reaction could have happened from taking a newspaper ad essentially saying, hey, we're making a mistake, and this is what we should be doing.
West Patterson, New Jersey. Hello.
Hello. I'd like to, hi, Larry. I want to ask Mr. Trump a question about the Japanese, and if they keep on buying up all the real estate in Hawaii and in New York, won't it come to a point where they will be dictating our policy and we'll be afraid to move against them? I think it's almost to that point now, isn't it?
There's a book out, Don, that says that already exists, that Japan is, in a sense, wielding the rope with us?
I believe it already is true to a large extent, and there's no reason for it to be. If we had the right people, if we had the right people with the right instincts and business ability, there'd be no way that that could happen. And that's why I hate to see what I see. By the way, I like the Japanese very much. I do tremendous amounts of business with them. They do very well as far as I'm concerned. A man just bought a $21 million apartment in one of the buildings I own.
A what?
A 21 million. He bought 7 apartments, a Japanese man, wonderful man. He bought 7 apartments, put them together. He's building a $21 million apartment. That's without the cost of construction, by the way. Plenty of money. I like them very much, but they laugh at us. They're laughing at this country and the way the country is being managed. And they should be laughing.
Donald,
they should be laughing.
In a $3 million apartment, if you got apartment 3B and 3A is hanging a picture, you wouldn't hear that in 3B, would you?
Well, hopefully not in the kind of buildings I
Okay,
live.
now it's just a little question from
I know,
someone. Okay,
I know.
okay. Ocean City, New Jersey. Hello.
Yeah, Larry and Donald, how are you doing? I have a comment and a question, then I'll hang up and I'll listen.
Go ahead.
First off, I really, really enjoy having Mr. Trump here. As a 32-year-old business person myself, I think he is a tremendous role model for young people like myself that look at him and write down their goals and strive to be better. That's the comment. The question is, I've always felt that NATO and West Germany, I mean, we have all those troops over there. I feel that they should pay their way. And then my second question is, and I'll hang up, is what other topic is near and dear to his heart? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I agree with you on NATO. I agree with you on other countries. I don't want to single out Japan. I don't want to single out Saudi Arabia, but these are countries that people understand the kind of wealth we're talking about. And I will single them out. But there are many other countries and taking tremendous advantage of this, including NATO. If you look at the payments that we're making to NATO, they're totally disproportionate with everybody else's, and it's ridiculous. As far as other causes that are near and dear, this is the cause, because if we can solve this, then we're able to take care of something that I consider to be ultimately of ultimate importance, and that is the homeless situation, that is the farmers, that is the sick. We don't have any money. This country is busted, and it's busted because we're doing things that we shouldn't be doing. If we had business ability in this country, we'd be making lots of profit, so-called surplus profit, and that profit, that money, could be going to defend and I literally mean defend our homeless and our poor and our sick and our farmers. And that's where we ought to be spending the money, not giving it to countries that don't give a damn for us to start off with.
Give me a development forecast for the rest of the 80s, good or bad, for buildings.
I think it's going to be good in New York City. It's been bad in a lot of other places. It's going to get bad unless we do something about this horrible, horrendous deficit. You cannot continue to lose $200 billion a year. It's going to be so bad that people will never, I really believe this could be much, much worse, unfortunately, than recession. This could be the step beyond. I hate to use the word depression, but if we don't solve the $200 billion a year loss, which is exactly what we have, this country is going to have some very, very serious problem in the early 1990s.
One other thing, could the next presidency be a one-term presidency because of that?
I think the next president of the United States could have some very, very, very serious problems. It's going to be, I think, it's going to be a very difficult presidency because of the problems that we're talking about right now.
And you don't want it to be Donald Trump?
I do not want it to be Donald Trump, but I do want the problems to be solved, Larry.
Thanks, Donald. See you in New York.
Thank you, Larry.
Kesho ni siku.